Can everyone take their seats? We'll be starting shortly. All right, I think we can get started. I see we have a few people that have joined us on the Zoom call, and everyone's here in the room, so we'll get started. My name is Sue Shalal, and I am the designated federal officer for the Science Advisory Board Hexavalent Chromium Review Panel. This panel has been assembled to review EPA's draft IRIS toxicological review of hexavalent chromium. In addition to today's meeting, the review panel also met virtually on February 15th to receive a briefing on the IRIS document, discuss the charge questions, and listen to public comments. As always, all materials pertaining to this review, including the documents to be reviewed, charge questions, agendas, public comments, today's presentation by EPA representatives, and other documents as they are produced are available on the SAB webpage associated with this SAB advisory activity. Also wanted to inform everyone listening in today that some panel members are participating via the Zoom video conferencing format, and others are meeting in person. The meeting is being broadcast live through both audio and YouTube video connections, and you can find the call-in information and a link to the video webcast by going to the main SAB webpage at epa.gov/SAB and clicking on today's meeting date under the heading Meetings and Events. So at this time, in my role as DFO, I would like to formally open today's public meeting. Before I turn the agenda over to the next speaker, I would like to provide some administrative remarks. The SAB is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA. The SAB is empowered by the Environmental Research, Development, and Demonstration Authorization Act, or ERDA, to provide advice to the EPA Administrator on scientific and technical underpinnings of EPA's decisions. FACA and EPA policy require that SAB meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register, and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open session, where I, as a DFO, am present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that during public meetings, opportunities for oral and written public comments are provided. And there is a public comment period noted on the agenda for today's meeting where members of the public can register in advance with the SAB staff office to make oral comments. At today's meeting, we have 7 members of the public who have registered to present oral comments. Panel members are encouraged to consider these comments and to ask clarifying questions of the registered speakers. Members of the public also have an opportunity to provide written comments throughout the advisory period. Written comments will be distributed to the panel and posted on the SAB website. Minutes will be prepared to summarize the discussions and action items for all the panel's meetings in accordance with the requirements of FACA and will be posted on the SAB website. The SAB consists entirely of special government employees appointed by EPA to their positions. And as government employees, all members are subject to all applicable ethics laws and implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has reviewed the confidential financial disclosure forms submitted by panel members, along with other information related to their involvement in the development of materials related to the advisory activity under consideration. EPA has determined that advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of lack of impartiality under ethics regulations specified in 5 CFR 2635 relating to the topic of this particular meeting. Before asking Ms. Johnston to provide her welcoming remarks, I did want to point out that Dr. Christy Pullen-Fednick formally withdrew from the panel on March 12th because she was unable to provide the necessary time and effort to this advisory activity due to conflicting priorities. So with that, Ms. Connor Johnston.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you all for being here today. We are so excited to finally be hosting a face-to-face meeting. Sue is so excited. She brought in good spring weather for all of you, and the cherry blossoms are in full peak, about to be in full peak. So you could not have come at a better week. It is so nice to also have the hybrid approach and to see some of our members on the screen and to be able to offer this. But, after 2.5 years, we're just really excited to be back face to face. So thank you very much for serving. I do want to keep this short. We have a great team. You all have been working with Sue Shalal, our DFO. We've also got great contractors that are supporting us through this meeting and a great admin staff that helps us pull this off. You met Sharice and also Rodney outside. We've got a great IT team over there that's going to help us pull off this hybrid meeting together, and our gracious thank you to them as well and to each of you. What you do is so important because it helps ensure that EPA uses the best science going forward and that we are looking at the right things. We've got members here from Chris Thayer's team who will be briefing you this morning and going over charge questions. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Morris and let him take the reins.
Okay, welcome everyone. I too was looking forward to a face-to-face meeting, but alas, it's not to be. I had surgery yesterday and things aren't going quite as planned. So Dr. Beck will take over after the introductions. I would like to thank everybody for agreeing to participate in this important committee. It was a rather daunting task considering the number of pages that were involved in everything that we were given to look at. I think what we'll start with is just introductions of the panel members so that everyone can have a sense of where we're coming from. We have a little bit more time now than we did on the Zoom call previously, so feel free to give a little more detail, but maybe not too much. I was a member of the toxicology program at UConn for over 30 years. I'm retired now, and my official title is Board of Trustees, Distinguished Professor Emeritus. At UConn, I was the head of the Pharmaceutical Sciences Department and the interim dean of the School of Pharmacy. I've been active in a lot of professional societies. I was on the board of the Federation of American Society of Experimental Biology and president of the Society of Toxicology. My training actually is in inhalation toxicology, and my research focused on inhalation dosimetry, nasal toxicology, and mechanisms of respiratory tract irritation. I've served on a lot of air pollution advisory panels for the states of Connecticut, Vermont, and Virginia, and lots of review committees for NIH, EPA, and the national academies. and I'm currently a member of the EPA SAB. And I think I'll just turn it over to Barbara. Can you go through the list? You can see who's there and I can't. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Okay, I'm Barbara Beck. I work at Gradient. I'm a toxicologist and risk assessor. I've done a lot of work on metals over the years, and I've been a member of the Science Advisory Board under the previous administration and now under the current administration. And I feel a little bit daunted by taking on John's role today and hope he'll be back tomorrow. So you'll have to forgive me if I don't have all his excellent leadership skills. What I think we can do now is just, I would suggest we just go around the table and each person provide a brief introduction. Okay, we have a question from Mark. Might you turn on the room camera for the introductions? Do we have a? I don't know if we have a room camera.
Oh, we've been seeing the video up until now. Now it's on. Great, just turned on.
Okay, do the people who are remote see us?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, now we do.
Yep,
Now
we
we do.
can.
It's been in and out.
Well, why don't we first go around the table here, and then the people who are remote can introduce themselves. So, Ivan, do you want to start?
Sure, I'm Ivan Rusin. I'm a professor at Texas A&M University. I'm in the School of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences in the Department of Veterinary Physiology and Pharmacology. I also chair a toxicology training program at Texas A&M. My areas of expertise are, quite broad, all things toxicology, in vitro and in vivo studies. I've served on a number of National Academy panels reviewing iris assessments, a couple of SAB panels as well, on the IARC monographs groups. So not doing any work on Chromium 6 in particular, but I'm familiar with all of the topics that are in the assessment.
Thank you. And Dr. Zitkovich?
Yes, I'm Anatoly Zhitkovich. I'm professor, Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at Brown University. I have long-standing interest in studies of chemical carcinogenesis, especially hexavalent chromium and DNA damage.
Thank you. And Dr. Post?
I'm Gloria Post. I'm a toxicologist. I'm a research scientist at the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. I have been there since 1986, and I've worked on human health risk assessment of many chemicals that are found in New Jersey's environment. PFAS especially for the last period of time, but many, many others. I'm not our department's chromium expert as far as toxicology, but chromium, hexavalent chromium is a big contaminant of concern in New Jersey, and so I was familiar with a lot of the basic issues and scientific information about hexavalent chromium risk assessment before I was appointed to this panel. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Eastman?
Good morning. My name is Dave Eastman. I'm a professor emeritus at the University of California, Riverside. My specialty and area of expertise is really genetic toxicology and chemical carcinogenesis. I've been involved in panels like this for longer than I can remember, and for not only the EPA, but also for a wide range of agencies, both national and state level and international. Anyway, happy to be here. Hope to learn a fair amount. We'll see.
Thank you. Dr. Chen?
Hi, my name is Simon Chen. I'm environmental epidemiologist, currently professor of epidemiology at University of Pennsylvania, Permis School of Medicine. So I most do research on heavy metals and endocrine disrupting chemicals. So on metal side, I know more about lead, mercury, and arsenic probably. So cadmium is something we actually examined in electronic waste recycling in developing countries, and I think I certainly can contribute most of my expertise in epidemiology, especially perinatal epidemiology, to the panel. I actually serve on the EPA SAB currently, so that's why I'm getting to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wise?
Good morning. I'm John Wise. I'm a professor of pharmacology and toxicology at the University of Louisville. My expertise is in chemical carcinogenesis, genotoxicity, DNA repair, with a long-time focus on hexavalent chromium.
Thank you. Dr. Wingarden, did I pronounce it correctly?
Van Wijngaarden. Hi, my name is Edwin Van Wijngaarden. I'm professor of public health sciences at University of Rochester School of Medicine and Dentistry. I'm an environmental epidemiologist, focusing mostly on toxic metals. I'm the PI of the Seychelles Child Development Study. Previously served on the general SAB for a couple of years until the Trump administration came in. I served on the Mercury panel. I'm an editor of the International Journal of International Archives of Occupational and Environmental Health, and some time ago I published some papers on chromium dose response analyses on the EPI studies.
Thank you. Dr. King?
Hi, Ben King. I'm with the University of Houston, Tillman J. Fertitta Family College of Medicine, Department of Population Health and Health Systems. I am an epidemiologist, environmental epidemiologist, and as far as background, long-time listener, first-time caller with the EPA. So I'm really honored, especially to be among the emeriti here and everything. Learning process, but background is and expertise is really in health impact analysis and environmental exposures at the community level, primarily teaching environmental health at University of Texas at Austin for a while before coming over and now teaching environmental health, among other things, evidence-based medicine at the University of Houston.
Dr. Lash?
So I'm Larry Lash. I'm a professor in the Department of Pharmacology at Wayne State University in Detroit. And so my areas of interest and expertise involve primarily renal toxicology, mechanisms of cell injury involving oxidative processes, mitochondrial function, identifying biomarkers with proteomics and metabolomics. And I've done some work in the past on, so I mostly work on organic compounds, but I've done some work with heavy metals like inorganic mercury, a little bit with arsenic. I was on the Chemical Assessment Advisory Committee of the SAB for several years, and then I've ad hoc for the last few years on different TSCA and IRIS reviews.
Thank you. And then we have the remote attendees. Dr. Costa, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Max Costa. I'm a professor and director of the Division of Environmental Medicine, which is part of medicine at NYU School of Medicine. And I've been working on metal carcinogenesis, toxicity. I was involved in the IARC chromium monograph, the first one and some in the second one. And I've been working most of my career on metals.
Thank you. Dr. Haney?
Hi, I hope y'all can hear me okay. Dr. Beck, I just have an MS, so Mr. Haney will do fine. I've worked at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for almost 25 years now. I worked on a lot of different types of projects over that time, including dose response assessments for a lot of different chemicals, including Chrome-6. This is my first time on the SAB reviewing an IRIS dose response assessment, and so I look forward to this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. And Dr. Borsek?
Yeah, hi, I'm Professor Mark Borsek. I'm in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Duke University. I'm also co-director of the Duke Center on Risk. My areas of interest are broadly in risk analysis and uncertainty analysis of environmental models and environmental health assessments. I don't have a particular expertise in chromium, but more broadly in expert elicitation and expert judgment, and uncertainty propagation. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you there in person today. I was a real advocate of meeting in person, but unfortunately couldn't be in two places at the same time.
Glad to have all three of you here remotely. So the next item on the agenda is to, I guess the next item is to review the agenda. So we're first going to hear opening remarks from Dr. Thayer of the Chemical and Pollutant Assessment Division. We'll then have a recap from Dr. Gibbons regarding the toxicological review of hexavalent chromium. We'll have an opportunity then for clarifying remarks. Then we'll have a short break, and we have, I believe, one speaker scheduled to provide public comments. We have an opportunity for lunch then, and I understand that it's on our own, is that correct? Although there's a restaurant here at the hotel, and I believe there are some that are nearby one can walk to. In the afternoon, we get to discussion of the charge questions, which will, that's okay.
It's those cherry blossoms, they're just checking in.
Yes. So the charge questions will be led by the individual who was assigned to lead the group. There'll be a discussion based on the comments received. The individuals assigned to that particular charge question will be involved in that discussion, but others who have also submitted comments or who just decide they want to make comments based on what they've heard will also be asked to participate. So we'll go through charge questions 1 and 2 this afternoon. We have a break. Those relate to, broadly speaking, the overall search strategy, how studies were chosen, how they were ranked. We have a short break. Then we go into the organ-specific information with charge question 3A, which is GI, charge question 3B, which is respiratory non-cancer outside the nasal cavity, and then charge question 3C, respiratory non-cancer nasal cavity. If we're fast and we are ahead of time, we'll just take the next topic. We won't wait until that time occurs, but we do want to keep on schedule because there's a lot that we have to cover in the next 2.5 days. So I will now turn this over to Dr. Thayer, who will provide some opening remarks from EPA.
Okay, now I'm on. Welcome. So this is the external peer review meeting for the hexavalent chromium draft iris assessment. This is step 4 of 7 in the iris process. It's a biggie, one of the most visible. So what's going to happen is we're going to have the peer review meeting, and then there will be a peer review report. We will revise the assessment. It will go for another round of agency and interagency discussion, and will be finalized. So of course, people ask how long will that take, and it really is, foundational on the contents of the report. But I can tell you that the team will be working on nothing else, maybe a few except revising the report. So otherwise, I think I'll keep my comments short. I would just wanted to sort of, in advance, extend my appreciation to the panel members. I know this is no small commitment. And we know from the preliminary comments, you've clearly come prepared. So again, your input here is it's critical. I also want to extend thank you to the public commenters and other people who are viewing online or in person. Your public engagement is also sort of foundational to the transparency of the iris process. And Sue and other members of the SAB, including IT support and contractors, thank you for helping make the magic happen. And last but not least would be the iris program, including the Chromium team. And you're going to be hearing from the 2 chemical co-managers, Catherine Gibbons and Alan Sesso, in a second. But also just, as you can understand, it really does take a small village to bring a document like this through the process. So I think that's it.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Hi, so I'm Dr. Alan Sasso. I'm the co-chemical manager of the Hexavalent Chromium Iris Assessment. Good morning. I'll open up the, I guess, the first half of the recap of the Iris toxicological review. Next slide, please. Is there, do we have control of the slides? Okay, thank you. So everything pertaining to, oh,
Thank you so much.
thank you, thank you. Yeah. So everything pertaining to the major conclusions are open for discussion. Those include the systematic review and study evaluation, the non-cancer hazard identification and toxicity value derivations, the benchmark dose modeling and uncertainty factor applications, the cancer hazard identification and toxicity value derivations. Next slide. So, just as a refresher, IRIS only covers hazard identification and dose response. IRIS toxicity values are not statutory regulations or statutory decisions or regulations. The regulatory risk assessment process involves many other complex steps and processes which are not topics of the charge questions and are outside the scope of the review today. The focus of the assessment and the meeting is on the science and not the potential regulations or regulatory impacts or cost-benefit analysis or other steps that are in the regulatory risk assessment process. So the health effects evaluated are cancer of the gastrointestinal tract. Any other cancers that we would have encountered in PICO-relevant studies were also potentially evaluated, but none were found. Non-cancer effects include that we evaluated were respiratory tract effects, GI effects, hepatic, hematologic, immune, reproductive, and developmental. Well-established hazards were not reevaluated. And for these, there were no hazard identification sections, and the literature screens focused heavily on obtaining data suitable for dose response and also mode of action. Those include lung cancer and nasal effects by the inhalation group. Other cancer endpoints were considered to be out of scope. Those include kidney toxicity, which are known to be effects induced following acute high-dose exposures. Neurotoxicity, the evidence base right now is still very small, and no studies meeting PICO criteria on neurotox were found. None of the endpoints or none of the studies were met the PICO criteria that we had. Chrome-6 is not an endocrine disruptor, so we didn't review that. And while dermal effects are known to be induced by hexavalent chromium, there were no EPA program or regional office needs for a hexavalent chromium dermal assessment. The non-cancer conclusions are outlined here. Most of these conclusions relied on robust or moderate animal evidence. The overall reference dose was based on gastrointestinal toxicity. Using the NTP 2-year drinking water bioassay, we determined a RFD of 9 times 10 to the minus 4. This is approximately 30 times lower than the currently posted IRIS assessment RFD from 1990. I'm sorry, maybe put that one. From 1998. The overall RFC is based on nasal effects, and using data from the Baltimore cohort of production workers, we derived the RFC of 1 times 10 to the minus 5. This is approximately similar to the RFC that's currently posted at the IRIS database of, I think that's like 9 times 10 to the minus 6 or something. So it's similar to the 1998 RFC. The cancer conclusions are outlined here. We determined that hexavalent chromium operates by a mutagenic mode of action through all routes of exposure. It's likely to be carcinogenic to the GI tract following oral exposure. This is based on robust animal evidence. Both species, both sexes, and nearly all dose groups saw an increase in GI tumors following 2 years of drinking water exposure. And there's currently no oral slope factor on the IRIS database, so the oral slope factor as presented here will be posted. Following inhalation, we know that hexavalent chromium is a human carcinogen, a human lung carcinogen, so again, that wasn't reviewed. The IOR was updated using the Baltimore cohort of chromium production workers, And the inhalation unit risks presented here replace the 1998 inhalation unit risk. And those values are somewhat similar, but in 1998, there was no, I think, speciated chromium data, so it was total chromium, and it was a lot more uncertainty in those values. So the current IUR replaces that IUR from 1998. Just trying to replace the.
Maybe because he's.
Okay, one second.
Can someone advance the slide? I'm sorry. Okay.
1 second.
Are you trying to forward the slide
Yeah.
and it's not working?
Yeah, there's a technical issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technology. It's fine.
Thanks for bearing with us. Thank you. Thank you. Should I try now, or should I wait? Oh, great. Thank you. So again, here's the cancer conclusions that I just recapped. So I just want to say quickly, this is an overview of the cancer bioassay data that was used to derive the oral slope factor. These are small intestinal tumors in male and female mice. As you can see, as dose increases, so do the number of animals affected by the tumors. There's a statistically significant increasing trend, so we shouldn't focus too much on pairwise significant against the control. And not only these types of tumors rare in historical controls, but there were some instances of multiple tumors per animal. So it's very, very strong dose response evidence and evidence of carcinogenicity of this chemical. So I'll go to the next slide and Catherine takes over. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. So, I'm Catherine Gibbons. I'm just going to review the overarching conclusions made relevant to the cancer mode of action analysis. One conclusion the document came to is that it is possible for ingested or inhaled hexavalent chromium at environmentally relevant concentrations to reach the target tissues prior to reduction and effective detoxification of hexavalent chromium in humans. Also that the available evidence does support a toxicity pathway of tissue injury induced by cytotoxicity in the lung and GI tract. I didn't touch it. Okay. In the lung and GI tract that may lead to necrosis and regenerative proliferation. And, this is seen in the graph that Alan just showed. The hyperplastic lesions in mice were found in all doses and increased with dose in the NTP bioassay. And this evidence did provide the basis for the RFD, and these lesions are also considered to be pre-neoplastic. And so this decision was reviewed both in the non-cancer hazard and also summarized again in cancer, as well as alongside the mechanistic evidence, which also supports this pathway, that the evidence for cytotoxicity, degenerative cellular changes, cell proliferation and regenerative hyperplasia that were observed in these animals is consistent. Having involvement in the cancer mode of action, this evidence is consistent and well established from a number of in vivo and in vitro studies, and this is summarized in the cancer mechanisms table in that section as well. We also determined that the evidence to support mutagenic effects of hexavalent chromium when it comes into contact with cells. Hexavalent chromium acts via a mechanism that was, I think, aptly referred to as a Trojan horse mechanism, I believe originally by Karen Wetterhahn, because trivalent chromium, which is the ultimate DNA reactive species, cannot easily enter the cell. However, hexavalent chromium, due to its configural similarity to sulfate and phosphate, is very easily taken up by these channels, and once inside the cell can reduce to reactive intermediates that form oxidative damage that can damage genetic material, as well as the final hexavalent chromium species that can form chromium DNA adducts. And this is also consistent when we look at in vivo studies, well, first of all, or any studies where there's a direct method of hexavalent chromium exposure. So in vitro test systems, as well as injection studies in vivo, where clearly, the unique toxicokinetics that, allow hexavalent chromium to enter the cell are bypassed. Hexavalent chromium also induces a range of effects that can promote genotoxicity, including the oxidative stress, as well as epigenetic modifications that can involve inhibition of DNA repair, as well as other effects that cause aneuploidy, and this has also been shown in vitro to directly be caused by hexavalent chromium, by chromium within the cell. As well as genomic instability. And so, all this evidence was systematically identified and organized and summarized in the document, but because of the unique nature of the pharmacokinetics of hexavalent chromium, it was determined that the in vivo studies looking at exposure via drinking water or inhalation, or oral or inhalation exposures were going to be prioritized for for the full systematic review, including study evaluation. So looking at conclusions for these, and just to remind you again that we have standard criteria that for these to evaluate these studies for risk of bias and sensitivity. These are standard for all human studies, and then we have another slightly altered set of criteria that are applied to all animal studies that are evaluated. And then on top of that, it's necessary to add outcome-specific criteria to establish other areas of risk of bias that are unique to that assay. So for human evidence, it was found that the evidence for increased micronuclei were consistent among occupationally exposed workers in the peripheral blood and buccal cells. And this is also, again, consistent with the evidence we see in vitro for an anugenic effect from hexavalent chromium. We overall had lower confidence in the available animal evidence in vivo for a variety of reasons. And, it did seem apparent that studies looking at, most of the studies looking at mutagenic endpoints in animals via these exposure routes were focused on the traditional tissues, looking at blood and bone marrow. And because of the distinct toxicokinetics of hexavalent chromium, this doesn't appear to be as sensitive of a tissue for really assessing mutagenicity. So we instead focused on, we evaluated these, but really the focus was on studies of target tissues following ingestion or inhalation. And so for specific, for looking at specific gene mutation studies via drinking water, there are 4 studies via drinking water, and all of these were negative. And one by, exposing the lung was positive. But because, again, the evidence supports, potential for anugenic effects or larger scale chromosomal aberrations, deletions, and aneuploidy, these results really needed to be confirmed by a test that was sensitive to that type of damage, which would be the micronucleus assay. And we only had 2 studies looking at the GI tract, no studies from the lung exposed, 2 studies looking at the GI tract following drinking water exposure, and both of those had critical deficiencies that had nothing to do with, many of the comments that we have been getting about, a maximum tolerated dose. So overall, the conclusion was that, we have evidence, we have robust evidence for involvement of a cytotoxic and cell proliferative mode of action. There's no doubt about that. There's also, no doubt that, if we simply look at all of the evidence outside of the in vivo evidence that I just described, there is enough evidence to conclude that it's also mutagenic. But without that ability to, fully compare dose response and temporal concordance with the in vivo evidence, we can't really conclude whether mutation is a primary event or if it's only secondary to cytotoxicity. So therefore, we don't have enough evidence to say that it's not mutagenic in humans that are exposed. And I want to underscore that even if we remove some of the potential sensitivity concerns that led to low confidence judgments from some of these animal in vivo studies, the conclusion would still be that there's not enough evidence to rule out mutagenic risk in humans. And to review, again, the conclusions relevant to dose response, hexavalent chromium reduction in gastric fluid is a major oral detoxification pathway, and the PK model was used to adjust the oral dose between rodents and humans. The highest hexavalent chromium internal exposures occur at or near the portals of entry, again, as clearly follows the mechanism for hexavalent chromium and the toxicokinetics. This would be for oral, obviously, the GI tract and liver, and for inhalation, respiratory tract. Route-to-route extrapolation was not considered in the assessment, and Monte Carlo approaches and uncertainty factors were used to account for uncertainties and susceptibilities, but these could, not all of these could be quantified. And I just want to thank all of you. I know, obviously we are intimately aware of how complex and long this document is. And so I sincerely appreciate all of your time and attention on this and, really helping us make the document strong. So we're open to questions and specifically inviting comments and clarifications if anything in the document's not clear. Please let us know, and again, comments on any decisions that are in the draft, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Rusin?
Thank you very much. One overarching question is on the process through which this document transpired. As you mentioned, these take quite a bit of time, and also the agency and specifically the IRIS program have been undergoing some major evolvements as far as the actual mechanisms through which these documents are put together. So the handbook was recently released. So can you tell us where and how clear is the protocol for all of the steps that have been followed in this document, from evidence identification, systematic review, and all of that? So is there one protocol somewhere in the document that actually describes all of that?
Yeah, so we did update the protocol that was released in 2019. Yeah. But it is true, the IRIS handbook was updated after that. And so I think, as far as the overarching methods, systematic review methods, the IRIS handbook is the best resource for that. And I don't think that the protocol necessarily, there's nothing in there that would be inconsistent, but it may not be described as clearly.
Can I just?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just to elaborate, so you're right, the Chromium protocol was released in 2019. Mm-hmm. And then sort of concurrent, we were sort of updating the methods, and then the handbook underwent an NAS review, and we posted the final in 22. But the comments that we heard back from the NAS panel were mostly clarification in nature. And so I would sort of say that the methodologies, although they might be described somewhat differently, one of the things that we've been sort of assessing across the board is were the methods, functionally different. And by and large, they're not. They may, again, be described somewhat differently. And so, based on that, we didn't feel, there may be pieces, depending on some of the report of the protocol, we may update if you think that sort of more clarity is needed, but we're not taking the approach that we need to sort of update every protocol that's been released, unless the changes are actually foundational.
Dr. Lash?
Yeah, just a clarifying question about one of Dr. Sasso's slides about non-cancer effects that were out of scope. You listed 4, and I know you said, like, for example, endocrine, there's no evidence that it's an endocrine disruptor, so you didn't look at that. And I was confused about nephrotoxicity, because I thought you said something to the effect that it's only observed at very high doses, so that it's not anything that would be reasonably achieved or something of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the NTP studies, I mean, the 2-year studies and even some of the range finding studies, they really don't see any kidney toxicity following the chronic exposures. And human poisoning studies, you see a lot of kidney damage and kidney toxicity.
But that's about acute versus chronic.
Yeah.
So it's more of an acute effect, which is significant and absolutely.
But it's a very high dose effect? Was that?
Usually, usually I know in human poisoning case studies, there's always kidney and liver toxicity, but we haven't really seen it in any of the PICO relevant animal studies. So, early on, we kind of knew that wasn't really going to be a big focus of the document.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions from the remote attendees? Oh, yes, Dr. Wingarden.
Just a clarifying question on this slide. So, it's somewhat described in the document, but could you just summarize how these outcomes were selected, what the process was, what you took into consideration, and what you ended up dismissing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a very extensive process that is described probably best, again, in the IRIS handbook for scoping and problem formulation. And so this involves both, a literature search that is very broad and looking across, all possible health effects and looking at broad categories, then also a huge effort to get stakeholder input of what's actually both of concern and needed. And this is both, from, regional EPA, regional office and regions and offices, but then also states and other entities that need to, need toxicity values.
And this was done in 2014, or did you update it as in the last 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think the process every time, we didn't close, a door necessarily, but these were all identified very early on. So yeah, I believe, 2014 was when these were all identified. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Dr. Zitkovich.
I just want to add and support what Alan said. Other than accidental massive poisoning in humans, kidney damage is not a target for chromium in occupational settings among humans, only if it's massive poisoning, suicidal attempt, or industrial accident.
So I have a question. In a lot of papers I get to review, there's this big controversy about whether chromium causes cancer by mutagenic mechanisms versus the cytotoxic mechanisms. Of course, if you look at the in vitro studies, it's mutagenic, but then people who do the studies in animals find it's cytotoxic. And there's all this back and forth about this. And I don't know. What's I guess that wasn't discussed much yet, but I think there's just a lot of discussion in various papers about it. I don't know if you want to comment.
Oh, let me just answer that question. Yeah, I mean, this is, and you're right, and that's exactly why we prioritize the in vivo studies of mutational endpoints, meaning endpoints that are observing mutation versus indications of genetic damage. Not that those weren't also taken into account. You know, during our process, we have a lot of supplementary information that goes into kind of providing a, you know, an overall picture. But the evidence that we focused on the most were the in vivo studies. And you're right, there is, you know, a lot of evidence for cytotoxicity and cell proliferation, but there isn't enough evidence from the in vivo, you know, exposure studies to be able to compare and determine at low, you know, for example, at low exposures in drinking water, you know, especially whether mutation is a primary event or not. And so we defer to, you know, assuming that mutation can still occur, particularly when we know that hexavalent chromium can reach these target tissues in humans, particularly those that are susceptible. And we summarize in our document all of the factors that do increase susceptibility, including, you know, probably, I mean, like everyone I know that probably takes some antacids or proton pump inhibitors that increase your stomach pH and thereby lower your ability to reduce and detoxify hexavalent chromium.
Dr. Rusin.
So just to follow up on that, perhaps you can remind us of the 2005 guidelines position on mutagenic and why it's, you know, it's an important consideration with respect to the dose response. You know, I'm sure members of this panel have read the cancer guidelines or at least parts of it at some point, but we're not really reading passages, you know, before going to bed, as I'm sure all the IRIS employees do. So.
It helps me get to sleep.
Yeah, you have it on your nightstand, right? So.
Yeah, so the cancer guidelines, you know, a mutagenic mode of action is assumed to be linear at, you know, extrapolating to low doses, and that's because it is assumed that, you know, a single mutation can lead, you know, through a series of unfortunate events to cancer. But, you know, it isn't meant to necessarily single out, you know, make a black and white, you know, draw a bright line between mutation and other modes of action. I mean, there's, you know, there's multiple modes of action are undoubtedly occurring for most chemical exposures, and these are not mutually exclusive. And there's also, obviously, the cancer guidelines are not, you know, they don't establish hard and fast rules. If you have evidence for, you know, that mutation, for example, only occurs at higher doses, then you can implement that and not then implement the linear low dose. I will also say that a default, when the mode of action is not known, is a linear extrapolation, but without application of the age-dependent adjustment factors, which do come into play for a mutagenic mode of action.
Yes, Dr. Post.
Well, Dr. Gibbons, I guess. I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
That was the last thing you said was what I was going to say, and I didn't really think we were going to be like talking about our responses to the charge questions now, but I wanted to bring up that the 2005 guidelines, besides saying that if you know it's genotoxic, you use the linear low dose, the default assumption, unless a threshold mode of action is clearly established as the mode of action with all of the steps clearly shown, like you really have to know the mode of action pretty definitively to diverge from that. When the mode of action isn't totally characterized, as you just said, the default is to use the linear low dose, maybe without the ADAFs, as you said, but that's really important. And that was part of one of my responses to one of the questions, because I never saw that written anywhere in the document unless I missed it. And I thought that was really important for everyone to be aware that that's what EPA's guidelines say. That's a science policy decision. Maybe other guidelines that another country or someone else had could say something else, but that's what EPA's guidelines say. Thanks.
Thank you. I do think that we should hold off on getting into detail on the charge questions now and really focus more on trying to get clarification as to the previous presentations. Yes, Dr. Eastman.
Clarify from my point of view, the EPA specifically chose mode of action because they realized they would never have the detailed mechanism information they needed to answer all the detailed questions. So in essence, they've stood one level above it. So we don't have to know every detailed mechanism in order to deviate from some of the decisions. You're using sort of best estimate judgment, and that's why they chose mode of action rather than mechanism.
Thank you, and I think that's a very important point in the 2005 risk assessment guidelines. Are there other questions, either here or in the room? Yes, Dr. King.
I'd just really like to hear a little bit more from the team about the selection of uncertainty factors and inflation. I know there's a couple of different guiding documents, because when I started researching how those are assessed, I found some different answers, and particularly as we deviate in when those could be assigned and when they couldn't, when we applied null extrapolation. If you could help us understand when and what the standards were that you guys followed, that'd be helpful.
We primarily followed the RFC on RFD guidance, which I think we cite along when we're describing the uncertainty factors. That was really the main source of the uncertainty factors decision, was the RFC guidance. I'm sorry, I don't know the date off the top of my head, but that's the source that we cite in the discussion of the uncertainty factors is really the primary source of those decisions, the RFD guidance.
Well, I was going to ask a question. I was looking for do we have buttons that people press?
It's on.
Oh. I had a question regarding document review. There were a number of articles that have been submitted to the panel that presenters have discussed at the last meeting that we'll hear today that are really quite recent, 2020, 2021. What is the process for incorporating new literature that was not available during the initial review?
So I believe that, so the last literature update was, it was in 2022. I can't remember the month. It's in the document. But I believe that the peer reviewers can recommend that newer studies be incorporated, but that, to identify literature that's not included. But this will also undergo another literature search update, within, I believe, 6 months of a final draft. Is that correct? So it's usually done on a yearly basis. I will also say that sometimes it appears that studies have been overlooked when actually a lot of these are review papers that don't contain original data. We always use the original source. So sometimes that can be, an NTP report versus the publication that came out describing the report, or, so on. We try to, especially for occupational studies that have been, have cohorts that have been updated multiple times, we try to make it clear. But this is a very difficult, this is difficult to convey to, within the text of the document to constantly kind of refer to. So that can be a struggle. Yeah.
Right, and as Catherine indicated, so the last search here was 22. So any studies are screened according to the PICO. And then, again, sort of review studies do not meet PICO. And then sort of another bucket that we find are more of the sort of the supplemental categories. And then in that case, if you find studies that might be tagged as supplemental, but they aren't part of the prioritized analysis, they might not be very visible in the document. So that's kind of how we keep up to date on it. And then in other assessments, some of the PFAS, formaldehyde, what we've done is kind of keep screening and then make determinations about whether we think the new evidence is going to fundamentally change our conclusions. And so there's documentation of that, and then the review, committee can sort of weigh in on EPA's determination about whether a study is truly game-changing. So you do have to kind of find that balance of locking it down, but making sure that you're not missing game-changing studies as you enter this phase.
So how do, excuse me, we've seen some recent mode of action analyses, for example, comparing Chrome 6 and Volpet and Captan. How did those studies inform your review of the literature or consideration of or interpretation of the literature?
I'm going to point to Catherine to elaborate, but it will depend on whether it's a primary data study versus a review or sort of another assessment.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly we do, look at reviews. We don't, just completely ignore them. But I think that generally for iris assessments, unless there's a need for read across or specific information that comes from chemicals that have a similar structure-activity relationship or other indications. But, for hexavalent chromium, we have a lot of mechanistic information. It's been studied for decades, and it wasn't something that we would typically do, is just compare chemicals that don't have the same structure-activity relationship.
Thank you.
And also, all the mechanistic studies, there are, I believe after, just the base of mechanistic studies, looking at a broad literature search, looking for everything that's chromium related and mechanistic, it was about 1,600, 1,700 studies, and all of those are in HOG and tagged according to whether they were prioritized and then which health effect they were associated with, including cancer, and then categorized by the key characteristics of carcinogens. So those can all be found in the HOG database as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Just one more clarification. So on the website, I think it's the HOG website or HERO website here. It's when you exclude papers, it's about 13,000 were excluded for other not pertinent. When you dig into that, is there another more detailed reason given for that, or no?
I mean, this is a real problem, right? Because how much time should we really spend on explaining why each study was excluded? But I think a lot of these end up being, they're primarily trivalent chromium and they slip through because we do a very broad literature search. So instead of using specific search strings for each health effect, we're looking at everything that exists that involves chromium. And then we're trying to exclude studies that are, say, looking at engineering, bioremediation studies, geological studies, but these still slip through. And so I would say the vast majority of those are in that category.
Yeah, the reason I was asking is because some of the feedback that the report received was about some of those exclusions and papers not being considered for evaluation.
And especially at the title and abstract level, I mean, a study may not meet PICO for a variety of reasons. And so that's why, you find people typically not annotating at that level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's difficult to know, how much information to give. But certainly, if there's a study that is clearly relevant and has been, put in a pile saying not pertinent, then we want to know about it. But it is it's a lot to go through. So, thanks.
So, can I make a comment? So, chromium 6 is a very unique toxic chemical because if it gets into the environment and gets into plants, it gets reduced to chromium 3, and you can plant, you can still eat the plant. And a lot of people don't know this, including the EPA, when they go out and deal with these kind of problems. They say, tell everyone, you can't eat the tomatoes, you can't eat anything in your garden, you know, you have to stay away from it. And that's not necessarily true. And I think that's a very important thing to bring out somewhere, because I don't know of any other chemical that's like that, where, you know, if it enters a living organism, it gets reduced and is no longer chromium-6 and is chromium-3.
Yeah, I've actually never seen, you know, obviously that would be like FDA or USDA territory, but I've never seen a guidance document actually saying that. I feel like mostly what I've seen is, you know, the advice that once it's in food, it's reduced to trivalent chromium. So I would say maybe that's a messaging problem for maybe people on the ground in the trenches trying to give people advice. But I mean, that's obviously like outside the realm of IRIS, so it's not something that I can speak to as an expert, but.
No, but I think, you know, I think some kind of statement about it, you know, makes the analysis more complete, because it really does happen a lot. I can't tell you how many times I've been involved in a situation where this has happened, and you know, and the answer is always you can't touch anything that's taken it up, and you can't eat the fish because the water had chromium-6 in it, and you know, the point is that you can't. It's no longer chromium-6, it's chromium-3.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, and you know, even though our documents aren't, they don't take into account exposures, we do try to provide some exposure context in the introductory materials, and I think that context can be very important. We've tried, actually, we made it a priority to try to provide, you know, context for every part of our document for people that maybe are uninitiated or aren't familiar with, you know, the particular section they're reading. And so, you know, I know that we do touch on, you know, exposures in food, air, water, and so forth. And so, you know, that's a consideration that we could take into account.
Yeah, as reading your document, I didn't see anything about this topic. It was really put in your document.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not in there, but.
So, you know, and even though officially it's not covered, I think it's such an important fact that, you know, it should be brought up.
Yes, and it's very, very rare that those data are out there. I found a couple papers on breads and, you know, possible conversion back and forth, you know, depending on how it's cooked. But, you know, the speciated chrom-6 data in food is kind of rare right now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yes. I mean, I understand, you know, it's your like scientific opinion that this is not going to be possible, but, you know, when we try to find actual data to back it up, it's difficult.
Yeah, so actually, I was thinking from epidemiology perspective. So in animal studies, you can definitely, you know, give chromium-3 or chromium-6, you know what you give to the animals. But in humans, when you measure in blood or measure in urine for the chromium levels or hair, so it's almost impossible really to differentiate it. You actually measure in total chromium, and what the team's thinking in terms of really, you know, is there any study that try to differentiate whether that exposure is sort of like portionalized from chromium-6 versus 3? Certainly occupational studies probably it's easier, but for environmental studies, I feel like it's very hard to do, but, you know, just want to see what do you think in terms of using epidemiology study evidence to infer really the policy making?
I mean, actually, in occupational studies, it's very difficult too. It's not very clear. Sometimes they try to measure, you know, elevated red blood cell chromium because they know chrom-6 gets into the red blood cells pretty fast and then gets trapped there. But even that's sort of like a short-term, you know, not a very long-term biomarker. And I know there've been studies in New Jersey looking at toenail, you know, total chromium concentrations, and it is a very, very difficult task, even in epi studies. You know, that's why a lot of the epi studies really need to focus, you know, we really focus on studies that are known hexavalent chromium exposure conditions. And then when it comes to biomarkers, You know, I think total chromium is usually the only thing you could really look at, unfortunately.
Yeah, this
There's no
is
real good biomarker for Chrome-6 exposure,
Yes.
except for maybe red blood cells, and even that's, you know, not very straightforward.
The red blood cells are really the only way to tell whether it's hexavalent chromium. I mean, I've done a lot of occupational studies in humans, and I always used red blood. These are people who get exposed every day, they're workers. And the red blood cell chromium concentrations is quite elevated. And you can use that to say that they were exposed to Chrome-6 because Chrome-3 will never enter the red blood cell. So it's the only thing we have. And I wouldn't put it down too much because it does work, and the red blood cell does have a long half-life. It's not that short, for 90 days or so. I forgot exactly, but it's not, you know, very short.
It's 90 days, yes.
Sorry. Are there any? Mr. Haney. Oh, Mr. Haney, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I have a follow-up question. In the presentation, Dr. Gibbons indicated that EPA could not say there was no mutagenic risk, and so citing that as one of the reasons for the for their conclusions. And so my question is, wasn't the positive genotox data known back in 2010? And so back in 2010, shouldn't it have been known that those positive genotox data could not be overcome such that they knew at that time that they could not say no mutagenic risk, it seems. And so couldn't the same conclusion been drawn back in 2010?
Sorry, I think I'm actually not clear on your question. Are you asking, because the 2010 document did say it was a mutagenic mode of action, so are you asking about, I'm sorry, I guess I'm not clear.
Yeah, well, to put it a different way, given the positive genotoxicity data, were there any types of new studies past that could have been conducted whereby EPA could have concluded that there was no mutagenic risk, or is it the case that given the positive genotox data that there wasn't any new data that could have been generated to overcome that conclusion, which is that mutagenic risk cannot be excluded?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's several different angles to this. I mean, the 2010 document, it did conclude from looking across the genotoxicity database that it was a mutagenic mode of action, but there were not, the more targeted studies mostly by tox strategies, but one from, Aoki et al., looking at mutation from target tissues did not exist at that time. It was all bone marrow and blood, I believe, for the most part. So, it's certainly useful to have new studies, but they, again, we also didn't have the same structure for evaluating studies for risk of bias and sensitivity in 2010. And when we implement these studies, given everything we know about, hexavalent chromium reaching target tissues and the, multiple different mechanisms involved in mutation and causing genotoxic effects, it wasn't, we didn't have high enough confidence in that evidence from the in vivo studies to conclude that it was not, that we still relied on the same information that it was mutagenic. So, EPA, the IRIS program, we cannot direct studies by other groups. We don't conduct our own research. We take everything that's available to us. And, if there are studies that, we needed to, be able to make a better decision on that. We don't really have any control over, asking for those studies or it's certainly not funding those studies because of, the risk of, appearing biased ourselves. And that's what, all of our processes are completely transparent and, we, go through multiple rounds of public review so that everything we do is in the open and all of the evidence we consider is in the open.
So I'd like to make another comment. I don't know if there have been studies on the big blue mouse with chromium-6, but the big blue mouse.
The Aoki et al. Did, they looked at big blue mice, but the tox strategy studies were big blue rats.
Okay, so that is an excellent system to determine mutagenic activity of chromium-6, and from the results of those studies, you can pretty much understand whether it's going to be mutagenic in whatever tissue you want, because those transgenes are placed in every tissue in the mouse, at least in the big blue mouse. You have it in the kidney and the lung, and and you can expose the animal to chromium-6 and you can look for mutations.
Yeah, so we did evaluate those studies, and again, because of the indications that hexavalent chromium can cause large-scale genetic damage, including aneuploidy, that would not be picked up by a study primarily identifying point mutations. We were really looking for confirmation. And I mean, the scale is, the implications are huge that, if we're saying that simply looking at point mutations in one study in mice in the small intestine, a different agency may come to a different conclusion, but we needed more confirmation that we could rule out these other potential mutagenic effects in humans. And I think that's something that, there were several comments that, public comments and otherwise that kind of pointed to these other agencies, including Japan, that did conduct their own study in big blue mice and determined that, identified a POD based on that transgenic mouse assay. But that's a different agency that has different priorities in using slightly different methodology and or rather a standard of analysis that diverges from EPA's guidelines.
Okay. Are there other questions from the panelists here or the remote panelists? Well, we've gone through clarifying questions. We have public comment. I mean, our break is at 10:45, and we have 1 hour for public comments. We
can go ahead and break right now, and then we'll come back.
Okay. So why don't we take a 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and we'll hear the public commenter. Thank you.
If public commenters are in the room, can you please come in and sign in with me? And if you're online, can you please send me an email letting me know that you're available? Thank you.
And Sue, can EPA please provide internet access, which is essential for us to access HAWK and other documents? And without internet, this is a meeting that is quite handicapped. So thank you.
We will do our best. Can everyone take their seats, please? We'll be getting started shortly. Everyone take your seats, please. Dr. Morris, since Dr. Beck is not back at this point, I'm going to ask you to run the meeting.
Okay.
And Dr. Thayer would like to make a few remarks before we go into
Okay,
public
well,
comment.
Dr. Thayer, why don't you go for it?
Thank you. I just want to sort of quickly clarify some of the process for the literature updates. And so the last formal update was in August of 22. The draft was released in October of 22. So every study from that update is already incorporated into the draft. During the process of peer review, the phase we're at now, we only consider additional studies if they're brought to attention, either from public comments or from any of you. And then again, it would be, in terms of a deep consideration of the studies, it would be if they met PICO and if they appear to be game-changing. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to hear from the registered speakers. And each one has 3 minutes. Is that right, Sue?
It's 5 minutes since we're in
Okay.
in-person meeting, so 5
Okay,
minutes.
5 minutes, and then we'll give a chance for the panel to ask any brief questions, brief clarifying questions that they might have. And we'll do that for each speaker before we move on to the next one. So the first speaker on my list is Dr. Chad Thompson. Dr. Thompson. Is he there? I can't see.
He is. He'll
Okay.
be joining us.
Just getting set up.
Yes.
Okay, I thank you for the opportunity to talk today. On March 22nd, I submitted written comments specifically documenting EPA's rationale for scoring several in vivo genotoxicity studies as having low confidence, providing focused responses to the score rationale for several studies conducted in target tissues. I encourage all the SAB members to review those written comments, which is the document I think that's shown behind me. Today, my comments will focus on the EPA draft toxicological review and their recap slides, as well as the preliminary SAB comments released by EPA last week. EPA's recap slides state that it is possible that ingested Chrome-6 can reach target tissues prior to reduction detoxification. While we agree that it is theoretically possible that Chrome-6 can escape reduction and reach target tissues at almost any exposure level, the data indicate that Chrome does not directly reach or cause DNA damage in target cell populations in the intestinal mucosa. X-ray fluorescence imaging shows that Chrome remains outside the crypt compartment even after exposure to very high concentrations of Chrome-6. The lack of micronucleus formation in the crypt and negative TGR assays in duodenum are consistent with this localization. Indeed, this is similar to why micronucleus studies conducted by the NTP are largely negative. Chrome-6 doses do not reach the bone marrow compartment. EPA also indicates that the hyperplastic lesions are the basis of their non-cancer reference dose and are, quote, considered a pre-neoplastic lesion. It is unclear then how protection against this pre-neoplastic endpoint would not be protective against intestinal cancer. Notably, several other regulatory agencies have based their toxicity criteria on hyperplastic lesions, but considered this protective against cancer. EPA also indicates that there is low confidence in animal in vivo mutagenicity studies. As I already mentioned, comments submitted last week addressed several of EPA's concerns. But regarding the transgenic mutation assays, the primary concern was that the studies did not expose the animals to high concentrations higher than the NTP bioassay, despite considerable evidence that some of these concentrations in these studies most certainly caused and target tissue cytotoxicity. I hope that the SAB will discuss this issue of dose and cytotoxicity in target tissue thoroughly during this meeting. Comments submitted last week also address EPA's scoring of in vivo duodenal micronucleus assays. Despite one of these studies being a GLP-conducted study at 2 CROs, with scoring conducted by 2 board-certified veterinary pathologists and published in Mutation Research, EPA purported to find critical deficiencies in these studies. One such critical deficiency was that the positive control dimethylhydrazine, a colon carcinogen, did not induce micronuclei in the duodenum, whereas the clear positive response with cyclophosphamide was seemingly ignored. Turning to the preliminary SAB comments, there was reference to 2011 SOT abstracts posters related to some of the work that our group conducted, where the authors concluded that the dose-dependent increase in Chrome DNA adducts in the duodenum supported a genotoxic mode of action. At that time, no target tissue genotoxicity assays had been conducted, and synchrotron-based X-ray fluorescence imaging would not be available until 2015. Both of those data streams support that any Chrome DNA adducts in the intestine were almost entirely in the villi, to the exclusion of the crypt compartment. In fact, these images show that Chrome localizes to the villi of both mice and rats, and consistent with this localization, TGR assays in the mouse and rat duodenum are both negative, yet these were hardly discussed in the preliminary comments. EPA went as far as to state that the TGR assays in the rat duodenum was uninformative. We argue that the TGR assay results in rats and mice are actually corroborative. I would like to point out that the preliminary SAB comments reiterate several mischaracterizations made in the EPA draft, such as diffuse epithelial hyperplasia severity did not increase with dose, and that the lack of change in mitotic index argues against proliferation. I refer the SAB to the written comments as well as those previously provided by Dr. Sam Cohen. And finally, I would like to point out that while there is extensive in vitro studies on the mechanisms of Chrome 6 genotoxicity, most regulatory bodies do not regulate substances based on in vitro data, but rather require in vivo follow-up studies to confirm positive in vitro results. In regulatory science, the common assay, TGR, and micronucleus assays are the primary assays used to assess in vivo genotoxicity. Publications by the International Workshops on Genotoxicity Testing indicate that in vivo genotoxicity tests should be conducted in target tissues with high dosimetry and high cell proliferation, which is the duodenum is ideal for Chrome 6. The IWGT also has stated that the TGR assay is best for informing mode of action. Therefore, based on the available data, the non-genotoxic mode of action conclusions by several other agencies is the most scientifically supported conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. We have some time for some brief clarifying questions. I'm sure we'll all discuss this in detail in a couple of days, but if there's any clarifying questions?
So you referenced the preliminary comment about chromium adducts. It refers to my comments. Yeah. So I have your document from 2011 with chromium DNA adducts and other data, which referring to tax strategies and letter from American Chemistry Council promised to publish all the data. So all data which counter-argue against mutagenic mode of action were published. Chromium DNA adducts, which support genotoxic mode of action, were not published in peer review. Why would be that the case?
Sorry, I think it was published in supplemental material in the 2013 O'Brien paper, some of that Chrome DNA adduct data. The other thing, just to point out, that was in 2011, and since then, we have synchrotron imaging showing you where the chromium is located. Those adducts most likely are in the villi, not the crypt compartment, based on imaging. And that is consistent with a lack of genotoxicity responses in the target tissue.
I have a question about evidence for cytotoxicity in the villi. Can you provide a little more clarification on that and how the blunting of the villi is really not what one should be looking at?
Yeah, my understanding is that when there is mild cytotoxicity, you won't necessarily see blunting of the villus. What you will see is an increase in the crypt proliferation to regenerate those lost, or the excess loss of villus enterocytes. When the damage is so extensive that you cannot actually replenish that mucosa, you will then see an elongation of the crypt compartment with the increase in cell proliferation, but the villus will not be able to maintain its normal length, and I think that's something Sam Cohen can probably inform us much more on as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from any of the remote speakers? Other questions here? Thank you very much,
thank you.
Dr. Thompson. Do we have other speakers? Yes. Oh, okay, I missed. Dr. Danielle Wyckoff is the next speaker.
Good morning. Danielle Wyckoff with Tox Strategies. I am not a researcher on this chemistry, but I'm a practitioner of systematic review. So my comments this morning relate to the systematic review methodology, and particularly how they were applied to mechanistic data. As a practitioner, I can very much appreciate the efforts of this assessment team in applying this method. There's no doubt that this program is a leader in the area of systematic review. In February, the agency highlighted the novel applications of systematic review to you in their assessment. This demonstrates a recognized challenge in the field, that we're still evolving these systematic review methods to fit the needs of risk assessment. One very important aspect of this is making sure that the systematic review methods are both consistent with systematic review methodology, but also fit the needs of the risk assessment. As such, my comments relate to these aspects and track most closely with the charge question 1. First, as pointed out in the preliminary comments from SAB members and our previous comments, the mechanistic data were not fully subjected to the systematic review process, nor was the process fully amended to facilitate evaluation of mode of action, and particularly alternative MOAs. It was recognized in the assessment planning and protocol stages that MOA was important and that evaluation of mechanistic data were critical. This is highlighted earlier this morning when the agency described that the implications are huge. As such, it is problematic that the systematic review process did not seem to fully facilitate equal evaluation of both mutagenic and non-mutagenic MOAs. The selection and inclusion process applied to the mechanistic data was unclear, related to what was truly included in the assessment, as was the approach to determine which studies underwent critical appraisal via the apparent preliminary assessment process. Data were then characterized by, or categorized by key characteristic. These are simply categories of information, but largely were not further evaluated in pathway constructs to assess mode of action. Key characteristics are not equivalent to key events in a pathway. As a result, it is difficult to understand if mode of action analysis, again, a critical component of this assessment, was appropriately supported by the systematic review process. Second, the evaluation methods were not consistently implemented, in many cases did not produce logical results for the risk assessment. When looking across study evaluations in this assessment, there are instances in which, for example, a micronucleus study in a human population where the only exposure metric provided as a job category was categorized as higher confidence than GLP and guideline studies in experimental animals. We need to ask ourselves, is this a logical result for risk assessment? There's also a clear paradox in the evaluation of GLP and guideline studies using risk of bias tools. These studies are often mandated by regulatory agencies, yet the study evaluation tools do not encompass the many aspects important to these designs. For one endpoint only, the in vivo gene tox data, study evaluations were held to guideline design aspects, but for others, such as reprotox, they were not. It is also important that when you look across the data in the study evaluation applications, the in vivo gene tox studies were apparently treated differently. This was the only group of studies in which all data were categorized as low confidence. This includes an NTP study. The aspect of dose, and specifically a sufficiently high dose, drove the decisions to classify studies as low confidence. This is problematic in context of systematic review for several reasons. First, it's not described a priori. Second, it's not a risk of bias issue. This is something that the agency specifically describes both in the handbook and in a recent protocol for ethylbenzene. I would like to read exactly what these documents say. Consideration of exposure level selection, e.g. were levels sufficiently high to elicit effects, is addressed during evidence synthesis and is not a sensitivity consideration. It's not clear why this statement is in other agency documents but not implemented for this assessment. 3, the sufficiency of the study method were evaluated in context of the results. That is, whether this attribute was sufficient was determined by the results. If a positive finding was observed, the dose was assumed to be sufficient, but if negative findings were observed, the dose was not. 4, it was inconsistently implemented within this endpoint as well as across the assessment. The result is that studies with a very high level of directness to mode of action were not given appropriate weight in the risk assessment. Because many of these studies were negative, it's recommended that a formal sensitivity analysis be considered such that if these studies had been medium or high quality, could the same conclusions have been drawn? In closing, I hope that the SAB is able to discuss not only the adequacy and consistency in the conduct of the systematic review, but also examine if systematic review has been conducted in a manner which fits the needs of the risk assessment and a particular mode of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyckoff. Are there questions from the panelists, either here or remote? Yes, Dr. King.
So, appreciate the methodology comments. To your point, though, the genotoxicity studies, the in vivo studies, were rated low quality primarily because of the study designs and their inability to detect. So, could you put, that's in your comments already, your characterization then that the findings are contingent on outcome, that sort of contrasts with that. Can you speak more to?
Sure. So there are kind of two aspects. One is that the tool is designed, risk bias is designed to assess the reliability of the exposure and response, less about the design of the study. So just the way these tools are designed. And in doing so, it's really assessing the methodological design and reporting. So the use of the results to drive whether or not the study was well conducted is typically not best practice in systematic review. So this was just something that was observed in some of these evaluations. Does that answer your question?
Not entirely. I think the two claims are kind of contradictory in a sense, right? That you, either the concern that these were all classified as low quality, or you can be concerned with cherry picking, but you can't really do both. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that they were all classified as low confidence. There were different reasons for studies, but largely what is being pointed out is the use of dose as a sufficiency category was only applied to this subset of studies. Then, when it was applied, the results drove whether or not that dose was sufficient. So there are kind of two different levels
as
being
opposed
applied.
to study design.
Right.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Oh, I was just actually looking for the next. The next commenter is Ms. Eileen Connolly, or Keneally.
Good morning. My name is Eileen Keneally, and I'm from the American Chemistry Council, and I wish to address several of the critical issues specific to oral carcinogens. Appreciate this opportunity to comment on EPA's draft IRIS toxicological review of hexavalent chromium. EPA has concluded that hexavalent chromium administered in a drinking water study conducted by the NTP induced tumors in the small intestine of mice via mutagenic mode of action. Mutagenic mode of action means that chromium-6 causes cancer through specifically identified mutations or changes in the DNA of cells. Additionally, EPA claims its draft toxicological review that a mutagenic mode of action is sufficiently supported in animals and relevant to humans. Because of this conclusion, EPA used the data from the NTP study to develop a cancer slope factor, an approach used to estimate an individual's lifetime 70-year exposure risk of developing cancer. This cancer slope factor will be used by risk assessors nationwide to regulate chromium-6 in various media, including drinking water, soils, etc. This approach by EPA is extremely conservative because the agency's underlying assumption is that there's virtually no oral dose of chromium-6 that does not pose some level of cancer risk. However, EPA's conclusions are not supported by the weight of evidence. In fact, EPA should have reasonably concluded that the tumors observed in the mouse small intestine were the result of a non-mutagenic cytotoxic mode of action. In other words, extremely high doses of chromium-6 exceeded the ability of the stomach to reduce chromium-6 to chrome-3, allowing it to enter the small intestine and cause cell injury. It is this repeated cell injury over a 2-year study period that eventually caused tumor formation. In other words, EPA should have concluded that there's a level or a dose of chromium-6 below which tumors would be unlikely to develop in the mouse small intestine. This threshold approach is a common sense conclusion based on a wealth of cutting-edge, state-of-the-art scientific data, and some of that you heard from Dr. Thompson. Concluding that there's a safe level below which tumors would be unlikely to develop would have resulted not in developing a cancer slope factor, but rather in EPA calculating a safe threshold or reference dose. Usually doses less than the reference dose are not likely to be associated with adverse health effects. By contrast, the cancer slope factor approach is only to be used where there's no exposure threshold, which is not the case with hexavalent chromium in drinking water. The mode of action determination is critical when conducting a risk assessment of a chemical. In the case of hexavalent chromium, the mode of action determination affects acceptable levels in drinking water by more than a factor of 1,000. Assuming a mutagenic mode of action and applying the EPA cancer slope factor yields an acceptable level of 35 parts per trillion hexavalent chromium in drinking water at a 1 in 1 million acceptable cancer risk level. This 35 parts per trillion level is orders of magnitude lower than current background levels of hexavalent chromium. In other words, levels that are naturally occurring across the United States. Alternatively, assuming a non-mutagenic mode of action, which is supported by the scientific literature and even utilized by other authoritative bodies worldwide, yields an acceptable value around 50,000 parts per trillion, which is in the range of the existing EPA level for total chrome in drinking water. Several authoritative bodies that have considered the mode of action research have concluded that the weight of evidence supports a non-mutagenic cytotoxic mode of action. Both Health Canada and the Food Safety Commission of Japan found the weight of the evidence supports a threshold mode of action for hex-chrome-induced intestinal tumors. Thus, drinking water containing typical environmental levels of chromium-6 would not be expected to cause the development of intestinal tumors in humans. Specifically, in 2020, the WHO finalized its background document recommending retaining the current WHO guideline value for total chrome of 50,000 parts per trillion, based on newer high-quality data from chronic drinking water carcinogenicity studies. In 2018, Health Canada issued a final maximum acceptable concentration of 50 parts per billion, which is 50,000 parts per trillion as well for total chromium, including the weight of the evidence, including the peer-reviewed published mode of action studies support a non-mutagenic threshold mode of action for hex-chrome-induced intestinal tumors. And finally, in 2019, the Food Safety Commission of Japan concluded that a threshold could be established for chromium in drinking water, and that currently available science would support a safe level in drinking water in the range of 30,000 to 60,000 parts per trillion. The SAB panel should direct EPA to appropriately evaluate all of the available scientific data for chromium-6 and reevaluate its conclusion of a mutagenic mode of action. Thank you so much.
Member. Do we have any questions or comments from any of the panelists? Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Deborah Proctor. from Tox Strategies.
Thank you, Barbara.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Deborah Proctor. I'm with Tox Strategies. I provided some slides. I don't know if you all received them. I could share my screen or I could just talk.
I personally would find it helpful if you could share your screen because finding where they are.
We have.
Oh. I was going to say, I personally would find it helpful to share the screen.
We have the, it's Ms. Proctor's.
Yes.
Presentation?
Yes.
Yes. If you'll hold on 1 second, we can
Sure.
put them up.
I'll just introduce myself again. I am with Tox Strategies, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. I've been studying lung cancer risk assessment associated with hexavalent chromium for more than 30 years, and I'm the primary author of the more recent hexavalent chromium studies of the Painesville cohort. And I wanted to talk to you today about recent research that we've been doing on inhalation cancer risk assessment based on the occupational epi data. So I'm really here just to advise you of the research that we are doing. Can you advance my slide, or can I do so? Thank you. So we are currently doing a research project funded by the California Metals Coalition, which is under the direction of co-principal investigators Bruce Allen and Lauren Litworth from Vanderbilt University. The hexavalent chromium risk assessment work has data that exists for risk assessment, including the work that I've done, has significant limitations because it's based on workers from only one historical industry, the chromate chemical production industry. Exposure levels were very high, exposure durations were short, and the forms of hexavalent chromium to which these workers were exposed were highly toxic. Are these relevant to current environmental exposures is a question that I have always asked. Also, the cohort has been limited to only males, and the number of workers with more than 1 year of exposure is highly limited. Thus, we see the need to develop a new data set for lung cancer risk assessment. Can you advance? Thank you. So we set out to develop more current, more robust data set based on the Burbank aircraft manufacturing cohort, which has been studied previously by researchers at Vanderbilt, in particular, Lauren Litworth. This cohort is very robust with more than 3,700 workers who all worked more than 1 year at the facility. Exposures were low, well below the occupational exposure limit. There is detailed data for respiratory protection. There are about 440 women, 13% of this cohort is women. There are no, reports that we saw in the medical records of, nasal irritation or perforation. So these are more real world types of exposures. Can you advance? This project started in about 2020. We have done standardized mortality ratios for these workers, reconstructed their exposures, and the exposures are in the relatively low concentration range, but with relatively high cumulative exposures because being aerospace workers, they had long durations of employment. Our externally referenced analysis indicated that we have significant increases in lung cancer risk and overall mortality, so we don't really have a healthy worker population. However, when we did internally referenced dose response analysis, applying multiple approaches, we could not find an association between increasing lung cancer and hexavalent chromium exposure among this cohort. Can you advance the slide, please? So our next step was to combine the Burbank data with the individual level data from both Painesville and from the earlier study of the Baltimore cohort, which was the Gibb 2000 paper, because those data are individually available. So the advantage of doing this is that we're really encompassing all of the available data, and we have information in the low exposure range from the Burbank cohort. The disadvantage is the potential of these cohorts are too dissimilar to be combined. Next slide, please. Without going into detail, combining these cohorts, we decided to limit the cohort to only males for consistency and only workers who had at least 1 year of exposure. We did encompass all the ranges of exposure duration for each of the cohorts because we wanted to include the widest range of possible exposures. The cohort is very robust, more person years at risk than any individual cohort, including the Baltimore cohort if you include all of the short-term workers. Next slide, please. So our modeling analysis produced extremely good results, a very tight fit of our model, which is in red, to our observed lung cancer deaths, which is the step function in black. And this, of course, is the work of Bruce Allen. The Hill model fit provided the overall best fit with smoking adjustment. And we evaluated several different weighting approaches to evaluate the hexavalent chromium exposures. Next slide, please. Here is a visualization of what the model looks like if you split out the individual cohorts by color. And the red being Painesville, the blue, which overlaps tremendously with the green, so you got to squint to see it, is the Baltimore cohort, and the green is the Burbank cohort. And as you can see, you know, the lower part of the dose response curve really comes from Burbank, but altogether you have a very interesting picture of dose response combined. Next slide, please. Here are the results if you convert them to inhalation unit risk values. These are adult only, so they're not adjusted. And you can see we did reference populations both for California, because that's the purpose of our study, and the United States. And our inhalation unit risks, as well as the 95% upper confidence limits, are very consistent with what EPA calculated in 2022 using the Baltimore study, as well as what I calculated in 2016 using just the Painesville data. Next slide. So just as a final note, I wanted to advise you that we're doing a little bit more work with this group. The women of the Burbank cohort are at higher risk than the males, and we are modeling the women specifically and going to be adding sensitivity analysis to our results comparing the women. We also are going to be including the less than 1 year workers in sensitivity analysis to see how that modifies our results. And we may do some Bayesian dose response modeling because that's what Bruce Allen really likes to do, but it's unclear at this point. So this is all being wrapped up relatively soon. We also have a Cypinion expert panel that advised us on our study protocol and will be reviewing our draft manuscripts. And we expect to submit in June 2023. So I know this is a little late for your overall review, but I wanted to advise you of this work and let you know that it'll be coming to a journal near you relatively soon. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Deb. And big picture, just to make sure I understand it, I understand that the dose response information with the lower exposed cohorts is consistent with the dose response information from the more highly exposed cohorts.
Well, yeah, it really, if you go out to the slide that has the different colors on it, you can see that, there you go. So we combined all of the data, individual level data, into one pooled analysis. And then this is our dose response curve based on the pooled analysis. And you can see that mostly the green triangles are at the bottom of the dose response curve. We have some going up, overlapping into the response with the Baltimore cohort, which is in blue, but a little bit hard to see. And then the red would be the Painesville cohort, which had the highest exposures. And, you know, they were the workers that started in like 1940s. So not unexpected, but having the overall information provides a very interesting dose response curve, very informative, tight confidence intervals because of the high statistical power. And, you know, it goes to show that, you know, we have a relatively flat dose response in the low exposure range. So we did not do a threshold model. You know, we obviously calculated an inhalation unit risk, but we also, you know, we have a better fit with the Hill model than with a linear model.
Thank you. Are there other? Yes, Dr. Bruson.
Thank you. Can you please tell us what is published and what is not of what you're showing?
The red and the blue are published, and the green is on its way, if you will. The Painesville data and the Baltimore data are published.
But you're not.
But our analysis
EPA's points of departure, correct?
I'm sorry, I talked
You're
over.
not questioning, your data is largely consistent with the data that EPA used to derive inhalation unit risk. Is that correct?
There is definitely consistency, and the inhalation unit risk value is essentially the same. Yes.
And by plotting this on the log x-axis, you're showing us an exponential curve. But if you would plot this on a linear, you would see pretty much a linear increase. Is that correct?
Probably. I mean, but we can tell
Thank
you that the linear model does not fit as well as the hill model.
But just to clarify, at the lower exposure levels, there's kind of keying off of what you said, Ivan, that there's no evidence that the inhalation unit risk factor would be very different if you were to adjust for exposure at the low dose levels. I mean, it's if you plotted it on a linear scale. Is that a correct interpretation?
That is correct, keeping in mind that the inhalation unit risk is the excess risk above background. Thus, a flat curve is is linear, but it's a slope of 0. So, you have to have a measure of increased risk to have to measure an IUR. So, the increase in risk is coming from the overall cohort. The Burbank cohort probably pulls that value down to some degree. We are modeling the individual cohorts as well as part of the sensitivity analysis.
Okay, so to make it more comparable, one would have to subtract out the baseline cancer risk in particular for that lower cohort.
Right, for each of these cohorts, you to calculate the inhalation unit risk, you subtract out, you basically account for background. It's the excess in addition to background.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have a question. One of my concerns about the current study that's being used by the EPA is that it has a large percentage, I think it's like 76% of the individuals involved are smokers, and that 98% of the tumors that showed up, lung cancer tumors showed up in smokers. So it's very hard to distinguish the chromium impact, at least independent of the smoking. What sort of proportions of smokers are in this current study? And do you have concerns about the impact of smoking on these outcomes?
Certainly, smoking is the largest risk factor with each of these cohorts. In the Painesville cohort, it's I think in 74% were smokers, and you noted the very high percentage in Baltimore. This comes with the territory. Only about 35% of the workers were smokers in the Burbank cohort. But we did attempt, based on the limited information we have, to control for smoking. Which is basically yes, no data. Yes, no at the start of exposure to are you a smoker? So it's very limited. It's concerning, but it's the data that we have.
So you don't have pack years or cigarettes per day or any of that information?
No, that doesn't exist for any of these three cohorts.
Are there other questions from the panelists here or remote? Thank you, Dr. Proctor.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mr. Steve Vaya.
Off. So Dr. Shalil has circulated a printed copy of my comments, so if you can't hear me, there it is in front of you. Chairman Morse, Dr. Beck, members of the panel, really do want to thank all of you for your service and for considering public comment as you take on your review of the draft health assessment. My name is Steve Vai. I'm with the American Waterworks Association. No AWWA, we're a 501c3 professional association. We serve the drinking water profession more broadly. Our 50,000 individual members are from the profession, and we have 4,500 or more utility members that are responsible for assuring that the nation's drinking water supply is safe, adequate, and affordable. Today, I'm not really going to talk to you about the substance of the science at hand in this review. Rather, I'd like for you to understand the role of the document you're reviewing as described by the national academies in documents like the Silver Book and other authoritative guidance. Health assessments are intended to support decision-making, and the development should be constructed with that end taken into account. With monitoring that's been conducted by the water systems across the U.S. under the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule, we know that hexavalent chromium is widely present. Only 16% of the systems that measured hexavalent chromium in UCMR3 had samples that were greater than 1 microgram per liter, their maximum value out of multiple samples. Virtually all, about 85% of the balance of the systems that had detections, which is at 30 nanogram per liter is the detection level, reported values that were between 0.3, 35 nanogram, and 1 microgram per liter. While as a matter of practice, EPA sets the Safe Drinking Water Act maximum contaminant goal at 0 for carcinogens, these part per trillion concentrations observed in UCMR3 are relevant because the current draft risk assessment implies a level of concern in drinking water at 35 nanogram per liter. The soundness of extrapolating health consequences to low drinking water oral exposures is tremendously important to communities across the U.S. as the benefit cost analysis that will underlie future rulemakings will rest on this assessment and the available occurrence data there from UCMR. EPA is legally obligated under a consent agreement that it signed in 2020 with Waterkeeper Alliance to consider whether to regulate hexavalent chromium in drinking water. That consideration will take place under a regulatory construct where EPA has a duty underneath the Act to set the regulatory limit, the maximum contaminant level, as close to the MCLG as feasible, and to do so while considering the cost and benefits of the rule requirements. Seidel et al., 2013, found that a national hexavalent chromium treatment goal of 1 microgram per liter would have a national annualized cost in the range of $7.1 billion to $28 billion per year in 2012 dollars. That corresponds to capital in the, as summarized in the paper, at $43 billion to $171 billion, again in 2012 dollars. If you move those annualized values forward to today, that's 9.3 to 36.7 billion. There are on the order of 50,000 water systems, community water systems in the U.S., and the cost of the water treatment that they provide is borne by ratepayers. And the funds that are spent on potential risk are not available to actually address known risk. Just to be perfectly clear, that analysis was conducted in 2012-2013, which precedes the UCMR data that I provided you. So an updated analysis would have a different occurrence data set underneath it. Just want to make sure that was clear to you. So compounding conservatism at this stage in the risk assessment process sets the stage for subsequent decisions. There's little to no opportunity to step back and review the soundness of this document once it's finalized. Ultimately, science policy decisions that now have consequences, not just in accrued benefit, but in lost opportunities for health risk reduction. Moreover, it adds to the fiscal burden, not just on America as a whole, but on economically disadvantaged households, and in this instance, in the form of higher monthly water bills. EPA's current analysis does not take advantage of data that other nations have already used in their analyses of hexavalent chromium, nor does it utilize more recent analysis. Given the potential consequences that will accrue from this assessment, the remarkable similarity between the current EPA work and the 2010 assessment, despite this new information, gives AWWA pause. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions regarding occurrence of hexavalent chromium in drinking water or its treatment, AWWA would be glad to try and respond to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. And are there individuals among the panelists who have questions? Hearing no questions, we'll go on to the next speaker. Again, thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Sam Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I may get interrupted in this as they've just announced that we're in the midst of a tornado drill. So if I have to leave, I'll have to leave. My name is Sam Cohen, and I am a professor of pathology and microbiology at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. I have long experience in both human surgical pathology and in basic research on carcinogenesis. I have not received financial support for my review of the IRIS chromium and risk assessment, nor for making these comments. I strongly encourage the members of the IRIS team and the other members of the SAB to read carefully the extensive comments by Mr. Haney regarding various aspects of the IRIS risk assessment. Overall, I do not agree with the IRIS conclusion that the mode of action involves genotoxicity. The mode of action is due to cytotoxicity with regenerative proliferation and involves a threshold. Although IRIS now indicates that cytotoxicity and regeneration occur, they state that they cannot exclude mutagenicity in the target tissue, the mouse duodenum. For this conclusion, their dismissal of the several publications by Thompson and his group as low confidence is highly inappropriate, as Chad just pointed out in previous comments. For genotoxicity, OECD states that in vivo assays at the target tissue outweigh consideration of in vitro assessments, which IRIS also stated in their presentation today. Thus, evaluation of the mouse duodenum is most appropriate for the genotoxicity assessment of oral exposure to chromium. The positive genotoxic results in the duodenum that are mentioned by IRIS only occurred at doses that were well in excess of those that produced cytotoxicity, and they were higher doses than those producing tumors in the 2-year bioassay, contrary to the dose concordance that's required by the IPCS and the EPA Health Canada mode of action framework that was incorporated into the 2005 EPA guidelines, cancer guidelines. Importantly, the chromium, as Dr. Thompson pointed out, does not reach the crypts of the duodenum, the cells that evolve to cancer. It only reaches the villi, which causes toxicity and ultimately indirectly leads to regenerative proliferation of the crypt cells. Moreover, based on OECD guidelines, it is inappropriate for in vivo genotoxicity assessments to be interpreted as positive if cytotoxicity is present, since damage to DNA will of course be associated secondarily with cell death rather than primarily. The doses at which positive results for genotoxicity were reported were clearly cytotoxic based on various observations, including the presence of foreign body granulomatous inflammation. A MTD dose is not required since cytotoxicity occurred at lower doses. Evaluation of genotoxicity results following IP injection are totally inappropriate for evaluation of genotoxicity and carcinogenicity following oral ingestion. Increased cell proliferation is clearly present, as admitted to in the IRIS document when they state that there was hyperplasia even at relatively low doses. Hyperplasia, by definition, is an increase in cell number and consequently reflects an increase in cell proliferation. Toxicity to the villi will result in increased cell proliferation in the crypts, the stem cell population. This is the usual course of events for epithelial tissues. Since the normal intestinal crypts already have a high proliferation rate, a higher proliferation rate is not expected following carcinogenic stimuli. Rather, an assessment of cell number becomes important rather than the rate of proliferation. Also, it is well known that these hyperplastic lesions have a probabilistic chance to evolve to cancer, although it will likely not be 100%. Thus, protecting against the hyperplastic lesions, which IRIS suggests as their way of proposing an RFD, will be protective of cancer. You can't have it both ways. This is similar to the basis for removing adenomas by colonoscopy to prevent colon cancer. And I hope that all of you that are over the age of 45 have had your colonoscopies. Despite the fact that not all tubular adenomas will evolve to cancers within a normal lifetime, it's probabilistic. It is critical in implementing systematic review that there be adequate knowledge of the science behind the papers that are being reviewed. This is clearly not reflected in the assessment made by IRIS in their dismissal of the various Thompson publications, nor in their interpretation of the oral in vivo genotoxicity studies or a basic understanding of intestinal cell biology. The conclusions of the IRIS assessment and their overall risk value based on a linear, non-threshold extrapolation stands in stark contrast to the threshold approach of the assessments made by other agencies worldwide based on cytotoxicity and regeneration. As just pointed out by Mr. Villa, the IRIS approach will lead to unnecessary costs for our water and food supplies, scare the public unnecessarily, and amounts to chasing a phantom toxicity that doesn't exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cohen. I have a clarifying question. With respect to looking at the villi for indicators of cytotoxicity, I mean, I know one looks for proliferation in the crypt, but are there subcellular indicators or morphological indicators in the villi, looking at it from a pathologist perspective, that are indicators of cytotoxicity? And how does that compare with what was observed with the Chrome 6 studies?
There are changes that can be identified, especially by electron microscopy and to some extent by immunohistochemistry of it. But I think there's clear evidence that there is cytotoxicity occurring, both by the fact that there's foreign body granulomatous inflammation occurring, and inflammation is a form of toxicity, as well as the eventual blunting of the villi, which is a long-term toxicity effect that we see with almost any kind of damage to the duodenum or small intestine, for that matter, even whether it's chemical or immunologic or infectious.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rusin?
Dr. Cohen, thank you so much for your comments. I wonder if you can reflect on the other target tissues for chromium-6, such as, for example, lung. Do you posit that cytotoxicity is also the primary mechanism in the lung?
I haven't studied as much with the lung, but I would anticipate that, like a number of other metals and particulates, that it'll be a combination of effects, that there could be both mutagenicity as well as cytotoxicity and cell proliferation occurring. I think the big difference here is that there's considerable evidence that I'm sure many of the other panel members are more familiar with, that the chromium, inhaled chromium, will reach the target tissues of the lung. It'll get down into the alveolar spaces even, as well as the bronchi. In contrast here, the duodenum, the chromium doesn't get to the ultimate target cell population, the crypt cells. It only gets to the villi. Damaging the villi, and even if it reacts with the DNA of the villi, is not going to lead to a genotoxic effect that's carcinogenic. The genotoxicity, if it were to occur, would have to be in the target cell population, which is the crypt cells, and the chromium in this instance doesn't even reach those cells.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cohen. Are there other questions from the panelists? Yes, Dr. Post.
So this is similar to Dr. Rusin's question. Do you have any information or conclusions about the oral tumors in the rats, in the oral cavity?
I don't think that that's been studied as much, although there was evidence of forestomach cytotoxicity and regenerative inflammation and regeneration. My guess would be is if it was looked for very carefully, you would find evidence of inflammation in the oral cavity, and you're getting the same kind of response there. I would doubt very much that there's a mutagenic component to it.
Are there other questions from the panelists? Thank you very much, Dr. Kellen. The next speaker is Mr. Kevin Bromberg.
Hi, hello, Chris and Sue and all my IRIS friends. It's good to be back at the SAB. My name is Kevin Bromberg. I'm a consultant specializing in environmental regulatory issues. Recently retired after 40 years of federal government service. As a federal government interagency partner, I worked with Ken Olden and his staff in 2012, and later to help improve the IRIS process and achieve what Ken used to call world-class science. I'm afraid that in 2023, the IRIS program still falls short of Ken's goal. The IRIS program tends to favor world-class 20th century default science instead of newer 21st century science, as reflected in the recently released IRIS handbook. EPA is often the outlier on adoption of alternative MOA analyses in the literature and among other regulatory authorities. And the last time I remember IRIS program adopting an alternative MOA, that was chloroform in 2000. I've been advocating for more attention to public commenters in the SAB for about 20 years, and this is still important. Consideration of the public comment should be mandatory, as these outside experts supplement and often exceed the expertise of EPA staff. EPA historically has paid little attention to public comments, unfortunately. Indeed, senior EPA IRIS staff advised federal agencies not to listen to an outside expert panel offering advice in a recent interagency review of a draft IRIS assessment. This does not appear to be consistent with scientific integrity. The SAB has an important role to make sure that sound scientific advice is not ignored, and the SAB needs to allocate adequate time for panelists as yourselves to review public comments and address important issues raised by public commenters to supplement their own expertise. And those people are here today, and they can discuss those issues in more detail. Let me cite an example of the importance of considering public comments in the recent terbutyl alcohol draft assessment. EPA failed to note the substantial evidence that one of my favorite MOAs, alpha-2 globulin nephropathy, combined with enhanced CPN, failed to note that that mechanism was likely the MOA responsible for the rat kidney tumors, and therefore not relevant to human risk assessment. Apparently, EPA needed more help from pathologists in coming to this conclusion. So that illustrates the utility of public commenters. Public commenters and some SAB panelists echoed support for this alternate MOA in a 2017 peer review meeting. However, the panel failed to attempt to resolve the issue as a panel and was unable to provide clear advice to the agency. The panel chair expressed regret that EPA was inadequately prepared to address this and other key issues during the peer review. In this case, with regard to your favorite charge question 6, public commenters recommend an alternative oral cancer MOA rejecting EPA's mutagenicity MOA. Significantly, the cytotoxicity MOA for hexavalent chromium, supported by a few panelists and public commenters, are joined by several regulatory authoritative bodies around the world. The EPA view stands alone. Careful review and consideration of the public comments would aid the panel in achieving a sound disposition. So let's not repeat the TBA experience and make sure that this critical question and other key questions that you have in mind are addressed completely by the panel and not we couldn't figure this out. And let me close on an important issue. We've been a little bit too casual about the cancer guidelines and what they say about the adoption of an alternative MOA. So I happen to have a copy of the guidelines, and at page 322, it's very clear. EPA is not required to exclude or totally be aware of the fact that mutagenicity is ruled out. The standard is sufficiency. So I'll read the sentence. A nonlinear approach should be selected when there are sufficient data to ascertain mode of action and conclude that it is not linear at low doses, and the agent does not demonstrate mutagenic activity or other activity consistent with linearity at low doses. So you decide whether it's sufficient, not whether it's ruled out. So the default is not that strong. This is unfortunately the key issue that you'll have to be struggling with. And I hope we end up not like TBA, that we end up with a panel conclusion. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about these important issues.
Thank you, Mr. Bromberg. Are there questions from the panelists?
I have a question online.
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I wonder if there's some specific public input that you think we're missing. It seems that your comments were directed at making sure we hear public comment. Is there somebody that wasn't represented here, or some aspect that maybe we aren't paying as much attention to as we should?
I don't want to point to specific issues. Charge 6 is an example of where we haven't grappled as a panel to get to consensus. That's going to happen potentially on Friday. I guess I would pay some particular attention to charge 1 and the literature search. There can be a lot more discussion about that. But I think, based on preliminary comments, we have a start on basically all the issues. But unfortunately, there's a lot of public comments to read. And if the people who are assigned to a given charge, if those people alone simply read the public comments on that issue, which will limit the burden on the overall panel, I think you'll have quite an adequate discussion.
Yes, Dr. Rusin.
Just to follow up on Dr. Borsuk's question, are you claiming that this panel is inattentive to public comments and have not read anything? Is that the nature of your comments?
What I'm saying is we'd have more unanimity on resolution of charge questions if everyone responded to the public comment. And I'm sure not everybody has read the public comments and responded to them in detail from what I've read. You have not been allocated probably adequate time to read all those public comments. And you are not required, unfortunately, to respond to public comments. But I'm not attempting to cast aspersions on the panel. But to make the easiest way for the panel to do its job for the EPA is to make sure that 1 or 2 people read all the public comments on their charge questions and address them.
Thank you, Mr. Bromberg.
Thank you.
Are there no other questions? Oh, sorry, Dr.
This is just more for Dr. Shalal. Is there one I'm trying to find on the hexavalent chromium SAB website, the one place where at least all the initial public comments were posted? I know later ones were posted separately. Can you tell us where to find that right now?
So all public comments that I've received for the February 15th meeting that we had previously will be found on the webpage associated with that meeting.
Okay.
Everything that was submitted for the March 29th to 31st meeting is available at that location. Mr. Bromberg may also be referring to other comments that were submitted to EPA. Those were submitted to the EPA docket, and you all have access to that as well. So I'm sure everyone has read the public comments that are associated with their particular charge questions. I think finding that folks may not have necessarily agreed with or directly responded to those comments does not mean that they did not read and are aware of all of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shalal. This is just a comment that occurred to me during Mr. Bromberg's talk. Not excluding something it's not clear to me what that means, because does that mean proving the negative? One can never exclude things. I mean, I can't exclude that I won't be hit by a meteor when I go outside today. So I think just that's something that I suggest maybe we want to give some thought to as panelists, because really I don't understand how one readily, I mean, one can provide evidence that against a particular proposed mode of action, but to completely exclude something is challenging.
I mean, I think what I'm hearing, or what we heard from the staff presentation earlier, was that it was the inability to exclude in the first place. So I appreciate the contextualization that we're looking at sufficiency of alternative slope, shapes and model fit,
right?
Based on Dr. Racine's comment, earlier about low dose modeling before, that a lot of that can be adjusted based on the models that are applied. So that in and of itself isn't sufficient, though, to adopt another strategy in most cases, at least from what I've read. So I think it's an interesting distinction, but I think still what I heard the staff say was that there was not enough evidence to exclude.
Okay, thank you.
I'm interested in what you think of it.
Well, I think of it.
It's an interesting question you're posing.
I think of it more as a weighting.
Yeah.
The weighting of the evidence for one approach versus another, and the weighting of the evidence against versus excluding, which it can be too binary. Are there any other comments from the panelists who are remote or the panelists here in person? Okay, thank you. So we're supposed to have a lunch break at this point and then come back and discuss the charge questions. It's a bit, well, I guess it's not that early for a lunch break. I think I will break for lunch now, and then instead of coming back at 1:15, why don't we all plan on coming back here at 1 p.m.
Okay, we are recessed until 1 p.m. Thank you. Can I ask everyone to take their seats, please? We'll be beginning shortly. Okay, I think the majority of our panel members are present, and so we will go ahead and get started with charge question 1.
Dr. Wingarden and I are responsible for charge questions 1 and 2, and we've developed them independently, taking our own charge questions and others into account. And rather than try to integrate them, we're going to present charge question, our independent charge question 1 comments, and then our independent charge question 2 comments. And I'm sorry, I'm just pulling this up. And our remote attendees on?
Yes, the majority.
Okay. So charge question 1 is up there, and it's hard to see white on blue, isn't it? I'll just repeat the charge question, and then I'll go into the answers. So the first 2 charge questions relate overall to the selection of studies and the categorization of the quality of studies from a big picture perspective. So with respect to charge question 1 overall, the toxicological review.
Do you want to use this?
I'll use yours.
Or I can read it.
I can read it here. This is much better. The toxicological review describes and applies a systematic review process for identifying and screening pertinent studies, that it's described in detail in section 1.2.1, literature search and strategy, and appendix A, systematic review protocol. Please comment on whether the literature search strategy and screening criteria for Chrome 6 are appropriate and clearly described. Please identify additional peer-reviewed studies of Chrome 6 that the assessment should consider, noting that in the footnote, newly identified studies, i.e. studies identified by EPA or the public that meet peak criteria, but were not addressed in the external review external review draft, for example, due to recent publication, will be characterized by EPA and presented to the peer review panel. This characterization will focus on EPA's judgment of whether the studies would have had a material impact on the conclusions, i.e. identified hazards or toxicity values in the external review draft. The peer review panel is asked to review EPA's characterization and provide tiered recommendations to EPA regarding which studies, if any, to incorporate into the assessment before finalizing. And
did you want to read 2 as well?
Yes, let's go to 2. But we have the actual the A and B.
There it is.
I thought we had an A and B for charge question 1 as well. Let me, we do have for charge question 1, we also had an A and B, but I'm not, well, I don't, we're not finding it now, but overall, I took some, I have an overall comment as to what A is, which is whether the search strategy and screening criteria for Chrome 6 review are appropriate and clearly described, and charge question 1B relates to whether there are additional peer review studies that should be considered. So I'll go through my synthesis of the comments that we've received on charge question 1A and B, and then Dr. Wingarden will provide his synthesis. And I'll say that we had a number of comments that fell into certain categories, and I provide examples of the comments that fit into those categories, but not all the comments. And one question I have for EPA, will it be possible so that we reflect everyone's comments to, in the body of the text, have examples of comments that fit into one category or another, but then have an appendix or a table in the appendix that provides all the comments, because I think that it would be appropriate to include all the comments that people, specific comments that people provided on a topic, for example, of issues with respect to the clarity in the text, because that will provide better guidance to EPA as to where the text was unclear, rather than just to say the text was unclear in places, here are some examples. Is that something that people have done in the past?
If you're speaking to like editorial comments or typos or clarifications or suggested rewording of specific sentences within the document, yes, we can include those in an appendix at the end of the document. But also be aware that, for example, the preliminary comments that have been submitted by panel members are currently available on the web, and so they are available to EPA as well as the public. And any revisions that occur for these comments will also then be posted on the web and available to EPA and the public. So there are other documents where, you know, individual comments can be seen, but we will include an appendix that has the editorial comments that may come from members.
Okay, so perhaps what we could do is to provide the synthesis, a few examples of these types of comments, but then refer to the earlier comments, which people may want to revise based on the discussions here, so that they're all available. I know that they will all be available, many of them already, but I think having them all in one place can be useful. So one overarching comment is that the text is unclear in places as to actually what was done. And the example provided by Dr. Wingarden is that the EPA protocol states that all cancer outcomes are considered, non-cancer health outcomes are considered for the following potential target organs, listing the target organs that were considered. And then, again, this is part of a quote from EPA discussed above. EPA anticipates that an assessment of other health effect categories, such as nephrotoxicity and neurotoxicity, will not be undertaken unless a significant amount of new evidence is identified. And the question is that it's not clear from the description provided whether the search was repeated for each outcome individually, or whether an omnibus search was done where all outcomes were combined into one. And if it was all of outcomes combined into one, it would be difficult to replicate the search and confirm that no critical articles were missed for any of the health outcomes considered, i.e. was it outcome 1 or outcome 2 or outcome 3 versus outcome only. And Dr. Wingarden, I don't know if you want to expand upon that. That was one of your comments.
Maybe you can go through and then I'll go through my comments and clarify some of it.
Another was the question, and others have asked about this already, is there a way to see which papers were excluded so the reader can understand the types of studies that were eliminated from comparison? And there were several comments along those lines. And then need for greater comparison, transparency on the role of the PICO assessment. Is it to provide dose response understanding, or is it not to provide, and how does that fit into providing evidence for mechanisms and significance? So I think greater understanding of how the PICO assessment fits into the overall analysis. We believe that it's not to provide evidence for mechanisms and significance, but it would be nice to have that more clearly stated. And then one area is that we had multiple comments regarding the search strategy and the screening criteria for the mechanistic studies and the ADME studies, which were considered, in a way, supplemental studies. And given the importance of those studies, there is a need for a more rigorous search strategy with respect to mechanistic studies and mode of action. One suggestion along these lines was that mechanistic search study be informed by the IPCS, which is the International Program for Chemical Safety / AOP, Adverse Outcome Framework, doing a comparison, obtaining literature so that a rigorous comparison can be made, comparing the mode of action of cytotoxicity and regenerative hyperplasia versus a mutagenic mode of action study, even considering agents such as CAP10 and FOLPET for purposes of analogy. And if one looks at the publications by Bubis, for example, it's important to do a comparison of alternative mode of actions that are proposed using the same rigor, same evidence approach as in this case for mutagenic mode of action. So the recommendation here would be to expand on the search strategy. Then with respect to additional peer review studies that should be considered, I'm not going to list them all. We had a number related to some of the publications presented by the commenters at the February 24th meeting, by Chappelle, for example, 2021 from the Tox Strategies group, some of the more methodological publications such as Bubis et al. 2006, which builds on the IPCS framework. There were articles that Dr. Van Wijngaarden provided, studies by Haney. There was a list of studies provided by Dr. Costa as well that should be considered. I do think as a suggestion to my fellow members who are involved in the charge question 1 response to think about ways to prioritize the recommendations of additional studies, ones that might be most influential in having an impact on the analysis. So that's the overall summary for charge question 1, part A and B. And Dr. Van Wijngaarden.
Yeah, actually with the, well, related to my comments here, with the final suggestion is, I would almost suggest that people provide new articles and then it's on EPA to tell us which ones do and do not meet PICO criteria and inclusion, because that's part of the transparency that I think is somewhat missing. So it might be helpful with the next cycle of new articles to actually provide those articles to EPA and then EPA provide a response to say, well, this is how our assessment worked for these limited number of articles. This is why we excluded some. This is why we included some, and have that kind of transparency. That I think, you know, when you look at the overall, so I'll summarize my comments, which have been reflected in the previous summary there, in terms of search strategy and then scope primarily. So when I look at the search strategy and you follow the flow diagram, I've done some of these searches on a much more limited basis, so kudos to EPA for going through 17,000 articles or whatever it is. It's a tremendous amount of work. But typically, you know, I've used Covidence as a software package, and typically how that works is you screen based on title and abstract, and then if you're not sure based on title and abstract, you screen based on full text, and then categorize why you're not including a certain article. So you tag it with a reason for not including it. And based on the flow chart in the document, the protocol, as well as in the main document, they're all lumped together, and it would be nice to know which ones were dismissed based on title and abstract and which articles they looked at based on full text, and then provide a reason as to why after full text review, why articles were not included. So I think that's a piece of just methodology that I would like to see, and I think the Cochrane reviews use Covidence and go through that process. The other piece that was kind of, I questioned this, let's see. There is a comment about mechanistic studies. All right, so on page 92, so mechanistic information includes any experimental measurement related to a health outcome that informs the biological or chemical events associated with the phenotypic effects. These measurements can improve understanding of the biological effects, but are not generally considered by themselves adverse outcomes, which to me raised the issue of, well, where's the line between an adverse outcome and a biological effect of what is included and what is not included in this assessment. So the outcome definition, especially because the mechanistic piece in the MOA is so important here, the outcome definition, even though it resulted in 17,000 hits, you may need to do a separate systematic review on the MOA or on the mechanistic results, maybe in a more limited scope, but really addressing some of the discussions that we're likely going to have in the next couple of days. So to me, the systematic review could be updated to include a specific search and a specific strategy on mechanistic data. I think that is probably it. There's another statement that I was a little confused about. At the end, it says derivation of cancer risk estimates may depend on the nature of hazard conclusion. And this may be my own ignorance about EPA policy and protocols. But it says that it suggests that even if the hazard identification conclusion states that there is no strong or no evidence for an association, that a dose response assessment still may be done if there's one good study that provides information for that purpose, which to me gets a little confusing, and it actually relates to charge question 2 later on about, well, what role do low evidence or deficient studies play just in deciding when to do dose response analyses. And when you conclude something is a hazard, yes, you can move forward. If you conclude something is not a hazard, it sounds like you can still move forward if there's one study that provides enough information about a quantitative dose response analysis. So that was a little bit confusing to me. But more generally, you know, really the two overall comments I have is more transparency in what's included and not included in the final analysis, in the final review, and the treatment of the mechanistic studies as part of this final review, whether they should be considered more formally, because they outnumbered the actual health outcome papers by many-fold. So not treating them the same way seems to be a disservice.
I think that the commonality of the need to consider the mechanistic studies more formally is really something that we saw across multiple comments. And I don't think it's going to be anywhere near 17,000 studies. It can be done in a focused way. One can think about search terms based on the two hypothesized modes of action. So I think I would definitely put that in the tier 1 criterion as far as importance of the recommendation. Some of the comments that I got were the tier was not specified, so when we go back and synthesize these, I think what we'll do is also provide greater specificity as to what tier the charge question responses fall into. And so I'd like to open up the discussion to other commenters, either here in person or remotely, as to charge one questions, comments. And Dr. Rusin, Joe Haney, and I think that's it for now, unless I'm missing someone.
So, Dr. Beck, you're suggesting that EPA goes back to the drawing board and takes a PCS framework as a guiding post to redo the entire mechanistic evaluation, only for two mechanisms?
I think that there's only two mechanisms for the oral cancers that have been proposed.
But the point of mechanistic evaluation and a process like IRIS or IARC monographs is to be comprehensive, to make sure nothing is missed, rather than to rely on prior knowledge and only to be under the lamppost. So what was done in this particular case, the broad approach that, again, has been in place for almost 10 years, which is the key characteristics and the search terms associated with those, and that's the process that is also used by Report on Carcinogens and by other state agencies, to go through the literature in a systematic way, and that's the systematic review part, rather than to predetermine a couple of lampposts and then go in excruciating details trying to kind of off-ramp studies. That's the IPCS approach. So I'm having a difficulty agreeing with your recommendations and bringing AOP framework without suggesting a particular AOP for a particular cancer is just, too general of a recommendation to make at this point.
I guess I was thinking more in terms of the Bubis publication, I think from 2006, that I would propose focusing it to the two MOAs, which the mechanistic studies fit into, that seem to be the critical MOAs from different, all the evidence that's been presented to date, to focus on the cytotoxicity to the villus, and then the regenerative hyperplasia in the with the crypt cells versus the mutagenic mode of action with a mutagenic event in the crypt cells leading to cytotoxicity. So focusing on those as a way to frame your search.
Right, but you're not suggesting that the systematic approach that the agency has taken is in some way flawed.
I wouldn't say it's flawed, but I think that based on the evolving knowledge, I think we can now hone in on these two potential pathways now and do a comparison between them.
Well, I personally disagree that disregarding systematic approach to mechanistic evaluation just because there are two mechanistic events that appear to be important, is commensurate with the goal of the IRIS program to, again, implement systematic review process that would be inconsistent with multiple advice from the national academies in the last 6 or 7 years on not only the handbook development, but also on other assessments where, again, systematic approach, comprehensively looking at all possible pathways and then identifying the ones that are important and then evaluating those. So I agree that the IPCS framework, is an element of once you have a lot of data, but to suggest that systematic approach and looking for multiple key characteristics, is unnecessary. I personally disagree with that.
I see that Mr. Haney has a comment on this. Perhaps he has additional thoughts on this issue.
Oh, I have a comment too.
Oh, sorry. Well, so I was going to say, I'd say Joe Haney, then Max Costa. I'm sorry, Max, I didn't see your hand raised before.
Okay. So Dr. Beck, is it my turn then, or do you want to take someone else's comment first?
I called you because I saw your hand raised first, and then I saw Dr. Costa second, so
Right.
let's just keep it that way.
Okay. So since you mentioned some of my studies and mentioned the importance of highlighting studies that may influence the analysis, I hope to talk about some of my comments on this question that do that, if that's okay.
Sure, and this will be in the context of charge question 1?
Yes.
Okay, good, go ahead.
Yes. So, and I'm sorry for my lack of familiarity with the how the SAB runs, but anyway, I'm going to speak to those comments. And part of me hates to talk about my own studies, but yes, I'll be talking about the Haney studies, which I cite as Haney 2015 ABC. Those studies report that target tissue data indicate that the fraction of Chrome-6 oral dose absorbed by target tissues in the mouth, small intestine, is dose dependent, with progressively smaller fractions of the dose being absorbed as doses decrease below the mouse point of departure dose for the draft oral slope factor, resulting in the sublinearity of target tissue dose at lower doses. The Haney studies, not being the source of the original target tissue data, does not diminish the potential importance of the findings for EPA's draft assessment based on the paper-specific analyses of the data. Recognition of target tissue absorbed dose as a proximate causal determinant of excess risk in conjunction with target tissue absorption below the draft oral slope POD that is inconsistent with linear low-dose extrapolation may be interpreted to fundamentally alter the assessment's conclusions, which is an EPA criterion, and preclude the use of linear low-dose extrapolations as a means of estimating excess risk at oral doses lower than the POD. As any excess risk estimates at oral doses less than the POD would be overestimated due to appreciably less target tissue absorption than is assumed or predicted by linear low-dose extrapolation. And so those are my comments. I just wanted to highlight because in my mind, these toxicokinetics resulting in sublinearity of target tissue dose do have very important implications for the extrapolation procedure in the assessment, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. And I have a question, how that comment relates to charge question 1 versus charge question 6. I mean, how would that, can you explain how that relates to the search strategy and screening criteria and exclusion of studies that should be considered?
So what I'm essentially saying that is, regardless of whether studies like this meet the PICO criteria and the fact that they don't report the original data, there are study-specific findings in there based on the analyses. And because they have such important implications for the assessment, they should not be excluded. And so in my mind, that makes these comments relevant to question 1. I go into this issue more, yes, under question 6, in regard to the question about the low-dose extrapolation procedure. So, yes.
Yeah, so it's that the calculations that were presented there were not available in the actual studies. Okay. So next will be, thank you, Dr. Costa and then Dr. Eastman.
Yeah, I was just getting concerned about putting the mechanism of how chromium causes cancer into such a simple thing as mutagenesis or toxicity. There's other things that can be happening, such as epigenetic changes that don't have anything to do with mutagenesis. Inhibition of DNA repair is a very hot topic for how some of these metals cause cancer. And of course, that might end up with a mutagenic event. But I think, you don't want to say that it's only those mutagenesis or toxicity that causes the cancer. I was just concerned about
Thank you. No, that's an important and helpful point. Dr. Eastman?
Just thought I'd point out that the EPA in their document did use these 10 key characteristics of carcinogens, which covers a pretty broad range of these types of mechanistic possibilities. And then from that, they screened it down to 2 that they followed in on. So they've done a pretty thorough job, I think, of covering the landscape. Now, it's not to be done differently or if you were starting from scratch, but this process has been going on for probably well over 10 years, maybe even 15 or 20 years. So it's inefficient to go back and start from the beginning to start at this, build on what you have, but they have done a pretty thorough job, from my opinion, at covering the different possibilities. And that's shown in the supplement, if you haven't seen it. They go through it specifically. There's long tables of evaluating each of these characteristics.
Thank you. Dr. Zitkovich?
Yeah, I want to echo what Dr. Rustin and Dr. Costa said, that there are different mechanisms, not just 2. And second, actually, if you limit search to mode of action, you're going to miss most of mechanistic information. I published lots of papers on Chromium. Dr. Weiss published. We typically don't use the word the mode of action. Actually, I think I used only once in my paper. We use mechanisms of something. Mutagenicity, genotoxicity, inhibition of DNA repair. So if you don't do systematic search and you do targeted keyword search, you're going to miss lots of information.
Dr. Morris.
Who's
Morris.
Oh, Dr. Morris.
I just want to get this straight in my brain. Dr. Russin, are you saying that they don't need to do a more formalized search for mode or mechanistic data? Are you saying what they've done is adequate, or are you just trying to broaden the context that needs a more formalized approach?
No, I believe that the approach that they have taken is actually both systematic and broad. And I was contending Dr. Beck's suggestion that they focus only on 2 mechanisms and go to the IPCS framework for evaluation. So I believe that what's in the document has been comprehensive, has identified all the literature, and has done that from multiple possible mechanisms or key characteristics to cover the entire gamut. But as well as already mentioned, they do ultimately arrive at the 2 important or most impactful mechanisms, and they spend most of the time on those 2 things.
Okay. And then whether the ranking of a paper of low, medium, high is going to be in the next question, not this one? The evaluations of those papers? I guess that's for Dr. Beck.
Question 2, I mean, we've kind of, is the, relates to the synthesis of the findings.
Yeah, okay.
And issues regarding confidence in the conclusions regarding specific studies.
Okay.
And Mr. Haney, is your hand raised still, or? Oh, sorry. So you're on mute. Oh, okay. You didn't want.
Sorry, I forgot to take it off.
Oh, okay. Yes, Dr. Wingarden.
So I think one of the elements that perhaps didn't come out quite right is that They did a systematic review of the outcomes, but they did not do a systematic review of the mechanisms, because those, at least the search was not tailored towards the mechanisms, the way I see it. The mechanisms are part of supplemental material, right? So that's how, well, if it's not clear, then they ought to clarify how it was. But the way I see it is they searched on cancer and non-cancer outcomes as part of the PICO criteria. And if they came across other literature that was relevant to those outcomes, they would tag it as relevant or not relevant, which are the mechanistic information. But they did not, and they had a lot of manuscripts related to mechanisms, but they did not do a separate search on mechanistic outcomes as the part of the PICO outcome, is the way I interpret it.
I think we're conflating a couple of things here. So there is a search for outcomes that usually is looking for studies that have sufficient dose response information to be used in determining the points of departure and whether or not to carry those forward in derivation of RFC, RFD, and cancer slope factors. The mechanistic searches are different in nature. They may or may not necessarily need to have PICO statements. If one is using a key characteristics approach, then that separately has been determined by the International Agency for Research on Cancer working group to represent all possible key characteristics of chemicals that are known to cause cancer in humans. And the search terms have been determined, and EPA perhaps refined those search terms. So that is a completely different type of a systematic review because of both volume of information and two, how you define what you're searching for. So you're not searching for lung cancer, you're searching for cell proliferation, apoptosis, genotoxicity, and other things. I appreciate that. But what's not clear, so I guess maybe it's the recommendation is to clarify how they search for those key characteristics, because the way I see it in their search term in the appendix of the protocol, I am not sure that they necessarily did what you said. So that's, I guess, part of the clarification that's needed, because it sounds like some key mechanistic studies were missed. And it's less likely that those would be missed if they did what you just said they should have done. I'm not even sure that those were missed, because if you go all the way to the HAWK database, I'm pretty sure that most of those have been identified, just tagged as, not included in the final document. So you don't need to have 1,700 references of mechanistic studies. Those studies are in HAWK. And again, I think this is consistent with both what's in the handbook, what has been recommended by the National Academies committees. And if it needs to be clarified, I totally agree with that. But whether or not, the question is whether it's a tier 1 recommendation or something that can be done, as a clarification rather than throwing out what they've did and then going back and then just applying IPCS criterion. That's, I think, where some of the line is for me.
And I guess I would say, with respect to the key characteristics, I think it's a useful way of obtaining and organizing information, but I think that we need to be mindful of the fact that the predictive ability of the KCCs for carcinogenicity has not really been established through systematic analyses, like looking at how they rank on ToxCast versus how they're classified as carcinogens based on a publication by Becker and Buss and others. So I think it's a good way to identify information, but I don't think that it's sufficient in terms of being confident that you have what you need to look at mode of action. So that's another thing to be mindful of, I think.
Yeah, and I agree that that's exactly how they're used by all of the organizations that use key characteristics systematic review. They're used to identify literature. And then once you identify literature, you then actually evaluate what modes and mechanisms are actually there. So as far as prediction, no one is using key characteristics for predicting cancer. Neither EPA has used it in this assessment in that way.
I think I guess I'm thinking of this in an iterative way, that we've done our search, we have the EPA hypothesized mode of action, we have the mode of action where it's indirect and mutagenicity is not part of it, and as part of an iterative process, it's worthwhile to be sure that we have adequate literature for both of those hypothesized modes of action so that we can do a comparative weighting and analysis of two of them. And that's what I think would be a very useful addition to the report. So have we, you know, charge question 1 and charge question 2 kind of, we've let them meld into each other, but are there other comments on charge question 1? Okay, so charge question.
No, I just want to make sure that we're
sorry.
mindful of the comments we've received from the general public, and some of those were asking about these strategies and mechanistic studies. So I think we have to address it in some way, and perhaps the way you describe it would be one way to do it.
Thank you. So charge question 2, I'll read here. I don't know if other people have the same problem I do reading white on blue, but it's makes things look fuzzy, for me at least. Charge question 2 is the toxicological review describes the results of the evaluations of individual studies in section 2.2, study evaluation results, and presents and analyzes the findings from those studies deemed informative in the relevant health effects specific synthesis sections. A, results from individual Chrome-6 studies are presented and synthesized in the health system specific sections. Please comment on whether the presentation and analysis of study results is clear, appropriate, and effective to allow for scientifically supported syntheses of the findings of cross sets of studies. And B, please comment on whether the study confidence conclusions for the Chrome-6 studies are scientifically justified, giving appropriate consideration to important methodological features of the assessed outcomes. Please specify any study confidence conclusions that are not justified and explain any alternative study evaluation decisions. And so I will go over the comments that I've put together, and then Dr. Van Wijngaarden will as well. Again, I tried to lump the comments in different categories and provide examples of the different categories, but not list them all here. So I think in general, multiple commenters said that the presentation and the synthesis of studies was appropriate and comprehensive. EPA's done a yeoman's job here. We also heard comments on need for better explanation of exclusion of studies, which were also mentioned in the response to charge question 1. There was a question as to whether some studies were excluded in the GI cancer humans meta-analysis. There were a number of errors that were identified that would warrant revisions. For example, one table says 4 studies are included in the text, but there are 5 studies that are found in the actual table. There's questions as to what is meant when confidence intervals that are bolded are to indicate and what does it reflect. Again, this is similar to one of the charge 1 responses, and I guess we'll have to think about Wingard and how to put responses in different categories, why certain studies were excluded or considered uninformative isn't clear, where, for example, it states 5 studies were considered but deemed uninformative due to critical deficiencies. Some clarification as to what critical deficiencies would be helpful. There's the detail on different types of studies is not presented consistently throughout the report. So, for example, in Table 3.6, the animal studies that are uninformative are displayed in a table. It's clear why they would have been considered uninformative, but a similar presentation is not provided for epidemiological studies. And let's see if there's other words. Some statements are made, but it's not clear if it was based on
We lost the sound.
Yeah.
Somebody
Dr.
lost.
Beck, I think you're frozen.
You're frozen.
Yes.
She's not on Zoom though. She's in the room. I don't know how she got frozen. The whole room must be frozen.
Yeah, it's the room's computer, I think. I move we adjourn since it's only a 3.
Yeah, let's.
I thought it was my connection, but then I could see y'all moving.
We're all
everything,
squinting and looking at it. Yeah.
No, I knew something was wrong, but they have to fix their computer in there.
Yeah, can I ask you to just hold on?
Mm-hmm.
Are we back?
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
how long were you offline?
That's okay.
Just keep going. We're good.
Okay. So just the final point here, just in case it was the exclusion or the downgrading of some of the in vitro mutagenicity studies because they weren't conducted at the MTD, and such studies were conducted at levels where tumors occurred and where there was cytotoxicity. And the question is the MTD framework, not framework, is the MTD requirement appropriate for that type of study versus a study where you're looking at tumorigenicity, where the animals are supposed to be dosed at the MTD and lower levels. But when you're looking at mode of action, MTD does not seem as though it's an appropriate criterion for downgrading or classifying something as deficient. We've already talked about how the mechanistic data were considered and did they receive the same level of scrutiny as human or animal studies. There was also a comment with respect to integration of human and animal studies and whether and that it may not always be clear or consistent. The example that's provided, again, from Dr. Wingarden, where they refer to EPA discusses endpoints reported in human and animal studies as being complementary. And the evidence indicates that Chrome-6 is likely to cause lower respiratory toxicity in humans. That's clearly demonstrating integration of different lines of evidence, with human studies being prioritized. Another example is where the oral exposures to Chrome-6 were stated as likely causing GI tract toxicity in humans, but not with integrating human and animal studies. So with respect to that particular statement, describing it as finding where human and animal studies have been integrated is, it's not clear where that comes from, whereas with the respiratory findings, it's clear that that is being integrated across lines of evidence. So the point here is EPA needs to be clearer to describe whether conclusions and the extent to which conclusions adequately integrate human and animal study findings, or where it's based primarily on one source or another source of information. And Dr. Wingarden.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add here. Just some areas of clarification. So it's in several places the document refers to HAWK for additional details. Would be really nice if studies are considered uninformative due to critical deficiencies, just to write it 1 or 2 sentence statement in the document itself as to what those deficiencies are would be so much nicer as opposed to having to go to HAWK and try to peel that out of the system. So I think, looking in the document for those opportunities for clarification would be great. I also noticed, and maybe I'm biased as an epidemiologist, but that the animal studies generally were described in more detail, discussed in more detail than the epidemiologic studies. And, again, I might be biased, but I did notice that, and maybe that's appropriate given the evidence that's there, or maybe it's not. But I noticed in the tables, for example, even uninformative animal studies were included in tables, whereas for the epidemiologic studies, uninformative epi studies were not included in the table. So there's a little bit of discrepancy in how these 2 lines of evidence were included in the document. I think integration of human and animal evidence is pretty challenging. If one line of studies provides no information, then how can you talk about integration if it's really just animal data discussing that? So, as I was looking for some of these conclusions, EPA states, well, this is at sufficient doses, it may be causing X in humans when there's no human information. And I think sometimes it could be a little bit clearer, if the human data is not existent or is negative when it comes to certain associations, how is that actually integrated together with the animal evidence to arrive at a final conclusion? And I didn't necessarily always see that integration everywhere. Let's see. I think, and more generally, again, from an epidemiologic perspective, and this will come up with the developmental, which is another charge question I was assigned to, is sometimes studies are discussed on the epidemiologic side where I would have probably excluded them, like ecologic studies or studies where the exposure comes from geographic information as opposed to air measurements or other, quantitative measurements, and they've been discussed for some of these outcomes when I think they probably would have been more appropriately excluded. So, which made me kind of wonder about the implementation of the very rigorous risk of biases guidance and how some of these studies passed the risk of bias screening when it came to final discussion in this report. And that's all I have.
So I'd like to open the floor for questions and comments. Oh, Dr. Post.
So I wasn't assigned to this charge question, but I just wrote kind of brief comments, and I wasn't sure if, maybe I missed it if you mentioned, like, one of my comments. Like, there were a lot of public comments about the low confidence classification for the in vivo genotoxicity studies, but even though my response is short, I did review EPA's rationale in detail, and I think that the EPA presenters this morning mentioned it wasn't just that the dose wasn't, I didn't write this all out, I just said that I agreed with their rationale without going into detail, but they mentioned that it wasn't just that the dose, about the reason that they said the hot MTD dose wasn't used, but there were other reasons that they gave it regarding in the GI tract, this isn't that established of an assay, and the control substances and just different things about the assay that they didn't go into. That was what I read, and that's what I meant when I said I agreed with their rationale, because you did mention that we received a lot of comments say, you know, disputing that, but I don't know if you said any members of the SAB agreed in their comments with that.
I mean, I did in my
maybe I missed it.
Yeah, well, what I did do, and I because we had so many comments, I did take a number of your comments and cut and pasted them here as some examples as EG, but I'll be sure to make sure that that comment gets here into the this overall summary.
I just want, because I was on another similar risk assessment SAB panel,
yeah,
where there were a lot of comments from, very specific comments from different people, and maybe Dr. Shalal can clarify. It's my understanding that they're really only officially need to be considered by EPA if they're included in, unless it's included in like our report and our response. That's what's our official consensus or whatever, and any like details that are in our posted comments, maybe EPA would look at them, but they're like not obligated to look at them. That's what I think we were told for a similar situation with another panel. So can we have like clarification about that?
Oh, Dr. Shalal?
Yes, the report will be the official documentation of the recommendations from this panel. So anything that you do want EPA to definitely take into consideration as they revise their document, it should be included in the report. Now, where within the report you want to include it, it could be part of an appendix if they're very specific, you know, editorial types of comments that are not necessarily part of the body of the report. They can be added into an appendix, but you're correct that any of the recommendations that come out of this body should be included in the report.
And my aim was not to exclude any comments, was to either put some in a table at the end, but one thing that, as we have this discussion, strikes me that it will be helpful when we go back to look at them to get some clarity for the section that I'm involved in, and I think for all of us, as to if it's not something that you wrote, to be sure you know whether it's a charge, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. And some of the comments that I got weren't all classified in the different tiers. So I'm thinking that if it's a tier 1 comment, make that clear. And then maybe as far as excluded studies, I mean, I'm starting to get a long list of excluded studies. Maybe even think about of the excluded studies, which ones are more critical. Are there some that fall into the tier 2 category? Because I'm not sure the utility of providing a really voluminous list of additional studies versus, these are studies that are really important to consider versus these are studies that you might want to consider. But I do think being complete is important. Yes, Dr. Rusin.
This is also a question to Dr. Shalal. So there may be an instance as we go through these 2.5 days where we have disagreements on, what the primary reviewers say versus, others in the group. How do you recommend we approach those in the final report?
So there are two potential options that you can use. Either within the body of the report, you can state that some panel members feel this way and others feel another way. But if there is a single outlier and that person wants to present their perspective, then we could add an appendix where that one person could present their dissenting view.
Thank you for that clarification, and I think it's really critical that if we don't reach a consensus on certain topics, that we present the key viewpoints. And
having said that, our aim is to strive for consensus, because at the end of the day, EPA is going to go back. If you give them 5 different potential options of which way to go, that's not necessarily very helpful, and therefore the idea is to try to hone in on those most important recommendations that you feel would improve their document going forward.
That's sort of what my comment is about when it's my turn.
why don't you go ahead, Dr. Mars?
Okay, since I butted myself into this conversation, actually, I was just going to ask, do we have a consensus on the panel that not reaching the MTD alone is a bad criteria for diminishing the quality of a study? That was not very eloquent, but a lot of people raised concerns that wasn't a justifiable reason for lowering the confidence of a study. I wonder if we have a consensus on that to make a specific recommendation.
Yeah. So are you suggesting, Dr. Rusin, that it's premature?
Dr. Moore, sorry, I didn't use my microphone. I said it's really not in the charge questions to be at that level of granularity. So I'm not sure that we need to go that deep.
If that's the feeling of the group, I just think we ought to explicitly discuss it, that's all.
I guess I would say I think it's something that really does need to be considered, and whether it's something that gets considered under the carcinogenicity component, but it's also my understanding that even if there is, and I've been on where I've sat in on SABs where something was not in the charge questions, but the SAB felt was important to raise, and that was part of their comments. So, Dr. Eastman.
If I can weigh in, maybe on a specific thing, I think you have to look at, this relates to genotoxicity, and this is raised by the public commenters. It's kind of what is the goal of that particular study? So if you're trying to determine if this agent causes a mutation or causes genotoxicity, you want to ensure that it's been tested up to a sufficient dose that you will detect it before you conclude it's negative. So in that case, it's important to test up to a dose where you see some evidence of toxicity. On the other hand, which was done in this case, they were specifically following up on an National Toxicology Program bioassay, which used finite doses. In that case, they used the NTP doses for doing their tests. And so I wouldn't think in that case it would be necessary to test up to the MTD. So it really is determined based on what this assay is being used for and what, why it was done and conducted. So in most cases for these were follow-up studies. to the National Toxicology Program's bioassay, so it probably does not need to be up to those same levels. But in other cases, you might insist you go up to toxicity to ensure that when you see a negative result, that you can have confidence in that negative result. So it's on a kind of case-by-case basis, in my opinion.
Right, it's like thinking fit for purpose.
Okay, can I just jump in? I agree, we can get to it with specific papers downstream rather than a generic comment now.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very lively discussion. So we have Dr. Weiss.
Yep. So
Mr. Haney, Dr. Zitkovich, and I better write this. Okay, I want to show favoritism. So Weiss, Haney, Zitkovich, Post, and Chen. Okay. Dr. Weiss, you're
well,
next.
I was going to reiterate what Gloria said, which is that I would actually have to go back and look at each specific study, because my recollection was that there were multiple layers for downgrading the confidence. It wasn't just one thing.
It's on a table on page 396 of the document, if anyone wants to look. Not to interrupt, but I'm looking at it. It has that information.
So it may be that. So then I think I also agree with John Morris, is if we're really going to dig into this, let's do it later when we can go study by study and talk about, the merits of that particular study. I also offered in my comments, not to this charge, but to my charge, some additional reasons why some of these studies had lower confidence for me.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Haney.
Yes, I'll provide comments under 6A in regard to this, but I'm not prepared to talk about those comments today. But under 2B, I see where it says, please specify any study confidence conclusions that are not justified. And so if it seems like this was a primary reason cited by EPA for downgrading certain studies to low confidence, well then I interpreted this to mean that it's within our charge to make those comments.
Thank you. Dr. Zitkovich.
Yeah, I have different comments, so we may stop with this line of discussion. So the classification, low confidence, high confidence studies, for example, of human epidemiological studies, I thought was really well described when they were talking about genotoxic mode of action, or they were choosing specific epidemiological studies to calculate cancer risk in humans. But I found that this principle was not applied for analysis of GI tract cancers in human population. There was simply a table in supplementary data. Here's the study. This is a relative risk. What is that, low confidence or high confidence? And I'm just going to use one example. Some of the study was cited as a negative among tannery workers. Tannery workers are exposed to trivalent chromium. That's obviously very low confidence study because it's not hexavalent chromium. Maybe there is some contamination of hexavalent chromium or not. So I think that part of human epidemiological studies regarding GI tract cancer needs to go through this comb of low confidence, moderate confidence, and why that was the case. Because maybe if we just concentrate on moderate level confidence studies, we're going to see something different.
So let me make sure I've captured that. So
classification into low or moderate confidence studies should be applied to epidemiological studies analyzed for GI tract cancer in humans. This wasn't done. Am I wrong, EPI folks? But the table in supplementary data did not have that. It was just a list with relative risk. Okay.
Hi,
Thank you. I believe you're referring to the meta-analysis of occupational workers and looking for GI tract cancers. So there were very specific criteria that were used to include, exposure criteria that were identified to include studies. And I think, I can get, if you have a specific question about that, I mean, tannery studies is a good example because we had very specific expectations for if a tannery study also had provided enough detail to indicate that the workers could potentially be exposed to hexavalent. Otherwise, all tannery studies were assumed that it was only trivalent. So I believe, all of that information, if it's not clear there, we can, I can, or if you have a specific question about that, I can
I think
consult
there
with
should be an
epidemiologist.
additional column saying, well, this paper provided evidence of hexavalent chromium exposure or sufficient evidence, because otherwise, if I'm just looking at tannery workers, they say, well, it's trivalent chromium. No wonder it's negative.
Yeah, I believe, a lot of that information is probably going to be in the Hawk evaluation. So I think, there's a lot of detail in those evaluations, so it's a question of how much to pull into the table and the supplemental materials. But the exposure criteria, probably the best place that the exposure criteria is described is in the protocol. Again, having to look across 3 different documents, I understand is a little confusing sometimes for us. So I'm just trying to think of, on the fly here about how we could maybe, I don't know, provide more information on that. But
Okay, then Dr. Post and then Dr. Chen.
So maybe, I don't know if I even need to still make the comment, but I just wanted to point out some of the specific things on the table about what the comments on the studies of why they classified them different ways. Besides the MTD issues, some of there's...
Gloria, can you move your microphone?
I'm sorry. There's several studies, but some of the issues besides the MTD are positive control not concurrently tested with chromium-6 treated group, that there's no baseline incidence for micronuclei in these types of tissues, that the positive control in other studies, the positive control didn't give a positive effect, that insufficient number of cells was analyzed to measure an effect. So it's not just the MTD. We said this already, but I wanted to say what some of the specific issues are that are totally unrelated to the MTD issue that EPA concluded about those studies. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Chen?
Thanks. My point about the confidence high, medium, and low. So when I'm looking at especially epidemiology studies, it's not that very clear that, so whether the criteria to determine the confidence is the same for occupational study versus environmental study. So in animal study is a little different because that probably it's a little easier. So I was especially wondering for epi studies, is it possible to differentiate the occupational study? So the way you determine confidence versus the environmental exposure study, because those are not that same actually ways to evaluate them because certainly environmental health is much more complicated, especially their exposure range and mixtures potentially.
So are you, let me make sure I have, so the occupational studies versus say the community studies?
This is the environmental exposure, not from the job exposure. It could be like any other chromium exposure through diets from some other sources.
Right, so the high, medium, and low categories need different criteria depending
Slightly different because of the, like the study population.
Okay. Oh, Dr. Wingarden.
I just want to point out one of the comments by I think it was Mr. Haney, who commented, and I actually agree, even though I didn't mention it, is that he noted that it is not scientifically robust to simply state, note that without evidence to the contrary, the human relevance of animal findings is assumed. And that is kind of in the document throughout. And I think, Mr. Haney, you can chime in, but you're looking for more support behind those statements in several places. And I think that that could be part of this charge question, to be more clear about the scientific interpretation of some of these statements and the presentation.
And Mr. Haney?
Yes, I do make those types of statements in several places throughout my comments, most often in regard to the choice of species for deriving tox factors. So, but yeah, it probably appears in other places as well, where I think we as regulatory scientists or scientists in this discipline can, could do a better job at justifying the human relevance of the species we use to drive tox factors and make these decisions. As one species is more relevant than another for these reasons, and that's why we're using those data. But I think, I mean, it seems, I can only assume that for a long time now, we've had a policy in place that allows us to avoid advancing the science in that regard and using science to make these very important decisions, which are associated with a great deal of uncertainty.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. And are there any other questions or comments regarding charge questions 1 and 2? Oh, sorry.
No, I just raised my hand. I really appreciate this conversation. I'm really just going to add some small comments here at the end, not to the larger process, although because I think we've covered the fact that we'd like to see more of the detail in the protocol in the actual review. I think that's one of the easier solutions I've heard proposed. There's more complex ones around the rating process, and when that wasn't clear. I wanted to just relay that there were several comments as I was looking for my charge questions, which won't be till tomorrow. There were several comments about relative ratings for animal studies versus humans. I would echo Dr. Weingarten's comments, perhaps biased towards human studies. Some of the non-carcinogenic health effects tend to consist pretty exclusively in the discussion of the quality of the animal studies, and less attention is paid to the human studies. That was reflected in some comments, and there were a couple of comments as well that under immunologic and hepatic effects, overall ratings were given from a preponderance of low quality studies were given slight evidence scales, and that those should be upgraded. That was a public comment I'm relaying. I'm not sure that that's necessary, given, again, the lack of transferability, particularly in immunologic findings that we know about. And then finally, I just wanted to add, and someone touched on this earlier on, but make sure that it's a recommendation, consistency in the inclusion of the excluded, weird sentence, the inclusion of the excluded articles in the tables, descriptive tables throughout. Sometimes they're included, sometimes they're not. That information is, I think, really valuable and reassuring to people who want to see the systematically excluded articles that make it through the PCOC set, right? But then are excluded, the classic being the tannery articles, are sometimes in tables and sometimes not. And that just, that's a consistency issue, an easy recommendation. And that's it.
Thank you. And we've heard other comments along those lines. So are there any other comments on charge question 2? I think this has been a really good discussion. I think it'll be really, I mean, I've tried to take notes, but I know that they're not going to be complete or comprehensive, so I really, Dr. Van Wingarden and I will be putting these together, but we really look to all of you where you've made additional comments here. Please send them to us so that we're sure to include them and that we're sure to include them accurately. And Mr. Haney, is your hand up or?
Sorry again.
Oh, Dr. Lash.
I was just going to say to echo what Dr. King said, that some of the points that were raised, such as his comment about inclusion or inclusion of excluded studies and tables for completeness, and I think a couple of the other comments do come up again in the organ-specific charge questions. So they will come up again, and then I have that information.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. And we're ahead of time, but I think we should take our break now and then come back to charge questions 3A, 3B, and 3C after, rather than start on 3 and then have the break at that point. So it's 2:20 now, so why don't we come back like at 3:40? I mean, sorry, 2:40.
We're recessed till 2:40. Thank you.
When I was on it, and I'll just use this, it's what I wanted to do. I thought when I've been on other ones and I was the lead discussant, we were supposed to summarize or sort of summarize it and then call on other people who are on it and then call on each person who's on it, and that's what I was planning to do, and it seems like we're doing it different here.
I think just opening it up to anybody, both.
Oh, okay, because I was going to ask each person who commented if they had anything to say.
I'm sure they'll pipe up if they didn't hear what
I didn't mean to, I hope you didn't think I meant that you, I hope you didn't think I meant you intentionally left out what I, no, just because I wrote it really short and I said I reviewed, but I reviewed all the detail in that table that I was reading, but I didn't write it all out. That's, you know what I mean? And that was totally different than what other people were saying. No, because there was this whole thing on the PFAS SAB that some people didn't realize, that if they thought if people's comments were posted online by EPA, like the comments that they didn't, people who had never been on SABs before didn't know that unless they didn't think they had to put the if it's in a table or an appendix, it doesn't matter, but they thought they could just summarize the gist of it. And I spent like days writing really detailed stuff, like pages and pages, and they were like, that EPA, you'll have your comments posted, there's no need to put every single thing in, and they didn't realize
Can I ask everyone to get back to their seats, please? Okay, I think we are ready to start again. Starting with charge question number 3.
Okay, so I too, like Barbara, and even being several feet closer, find reading the white text on the light blue background difficult, so I'm going to read it from here. So I received, there's first a general kind of statement of about the non-cancer hazard identification. I received 2 comments of a more broader general nature, at least that's the way I interpret it, I think. Just based on this part, so I'll first go over the first part before getting to the specific, the first organ, which is the GI 3A. So it says, so this is for non-cancer hazard identification and toxicity value derivation. So it says, for each health effect considered in the assessment and outlined below, please comment on whether the available data have been clearly and appropriately synthesized to describe the strengths and limitations and to support the conclusion presented. For each, please also comment on whether the weight of evidence decisions for hazard identification have been clearly described and scientifically justified and appropriately consider health effects in susceptible subpopulations or life stages, such as children, to the extent possible given the available data. In addition, please separately comment on whether the dose response decisions are transparent and scientifically justified, including study selection for dose response analyses, point of departure estimates, including modeling choices and assumptions, and dosimetric adjustments, selection of uncertainty factors, and derivation of candidate values, selection of organ or system-specific RFDs, RFCs, and confidence in the calculated values. So again, before getting to 3A, which is the first system GI, I received 2 comments of a broader general nature from Dr. Post and Mr. Haney. So Dr. Post noted that she agreed with the available information is on the non-cancer effects is clearly and appropriately synthesized, including strengths and limitations, supporting the conclusions for each effect presented, and that the weight of evidence for hazard identification for each non-cancer effect is clearly described and justified, and that susceptible subpopulations are appropriately considered. Mr. Haney generally agree with that, but suggested as a tier 2 suggestion, meaning that it would help enhance or clarify things, that to also consider adding populations prone to epistasics, particularly anterior nosebleeds from the Kieselbach plexus on the anterior nasal septum as a potentially susceptible subpopulation to long-term chromium-6 exposure, considering that a pre-existing condition. So those were the only 2 sort of general comments. I don't know if either Mr. Haney or Dr. Post want to add anything, or yeah, I think that's straightforward. Okay. All right. So the first then.
Do you have this? I'm scheduled to do this one too. Are you sure? I have myself and.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. So I first just did the broad sort of intro to the whole set of organ-specific non-cancer effects, and now I'm going to get to the GI, which is 3A, which you're a commenter on, and Mr. Haney also commented. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So, all right. So for the GI, there's kind of 3 parts to the charge. First says the evidence indicates that oral exposure to chromium-6 likely causes GI tract toxicity in humans, given sufficient exposure conditions. This conclusion is primarily based on robust studies in rodents that found chromium 6 causes non-neoplastic effects in the GI tract. Okay, then we can get the next slide. So then the second part is a point of departure from the 2008 NTP study, which is a 2-year drinking water bioassay in rodents, was selected to calculate an organ system-specific RFD of 9 × 10⁻⁴ milligram per kilogram day based on diffuse epithelial hyperplasia in female mouse small intestine. A composite uncertainty factor of 100 was used to account for intraspecies, animal to human, and low-L to no-L uncertainties. This organ system-specific RFD was selected as the overall RFD. Please comment on whether the selection of the overall RFD is scientifically justified and clearly described. And then the third part is that EPA determined that the data set for diffuse epithelial hyperplasia of the duodenum in female mice from the 2008 NTP study was not amenable to BMD modeling because uncertainty in estimating the BMD is too high. As a result, the low L was used as the point of departure for toxicity value derivation of this endpoint in female mice. Female mice hyperplasia was selected as the OS-RFD for gastrointestinal toxicity because females may be the more sensitive group. However, alternative approaches are presented and weighed in the toxicological review. Please comment specifically on whether the data and modeling decisions for the OS-RFD for gastrointestinal tract toxicity are scientifically justified and clearly described. Okay. All right, so try to sort through some of these comments. So as I said, I received comments. So there were 2 reviewers for this charge question, Drs. Costa and Mr. Haney. So in the first, based on the first point, there was a comment that the RFD was appropriately calculated and can be applied to humans as a dose that humans can be exposed to every day during a lifetime. The other reviewers, I think, also tended to agree that, by and large, the available data clearly support the conclusion that it was appropriately synthesized. Now, let's see. Yeah, so I think there were some comments about, that the human evidence is described as indeterminate, but laboratory animal evidence was robust, so that the document contains information that's relevant to and supporting the weight of evidence for GI non-cancer effects. So I think those were the comments for the first part. Maybe did either reviewer, Dr. Costa or Mr. Haney, want to expand or say anything else? No?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay, sure. Okay, so the second part, which had to do with the point of departure used to calculate the OS-RFD of 9 × 10⁻⁴ milligram per kilogram day. One comment was that, that they felt it was scientifically justified and clearly described. The other commenter, though, had a lot more detailed comments. Let's see here. There were concerns expressed about proper characterization of uncertainty. There was a tier 1 recommendation, meaning that it was necessary that, and I know this was mentioned, I think, in our discussion of charge question 2 earlier this afternoon, that it's important for the EPA to attempt to scientifically justify whether the mouse or rat is likely most biologically representative of humans, such that the same or similar effects are expected at similar doses when converted to the HEDs or human equivalent doses. And that, secondly, in the event that you can establish that, that the assessment should acknowledge that the choice of the most appropriate laboratory animal model has not been scientifically established, but rather that species selection is based on policy. And the commenter said that this was a major area of uncertainty, although noted that this is not without precedent based on limited information. Then there was also a comment, a tier 2 suggestion that in characterizing uncertainty, it's noted that that there were no GI effect. There was a no GI effect point of departure human equivalent dose comparisons. That it couldn't be done for the rat, I guess, because of, and this is noted in table 350. And so I guess it was commented that it wasn't carried forward for dose response modeling, and the suggestion was that EPA should consider doing that to try and reduce uncertainty and to use all the available data. So let's see. And let's see, there was also a tier 1 suggestion about that, just further, I think, describing the uncertainties and with calculating the OSRFD. Other suggestions had to do with modeling that using different methods of deriving the point of departure for the diffuse epithelial hyperplasia, suggesting using BMD results. Any elaborations or further comments on those? Oh, Yvonne, you had a question?
Yeah, I mean, there's a considerable overlap between this part of this charge question with some other questions later on RFD and uncertainty factors, and I suggest that we perhaps uncouple these things. It's unfortunate that EPA has mixed topics and the charge questions to complicate their further job, but I think we can make an executive decision that we talk about whether the actual target tissue has enough evidence. Okay. And then leave all the dose response. So uncouple hazard with dose response and separate those out.
Because I think that, the concerns here are, or the focus here is on the organ-specific calculations. And then, the further step of which one is maybe used for the overall RFD or RFC is a different matter. I don't know. That was the questions that were there. I don't know if we want to. Anyone have any thoughts on that? If we.
Well, question 4 does, talk about respiratory, GI, and hepatic.
Yeah.
So, essentially, this is putting, cart before the horse. You first can identify what is the target tissue, and then you go. So that's hazard, and then you go into dose response. So, question 4 is talking about, BMD and PODs. So to me, I would rather uncouple these things. Or we can discuss our comments to question 4 together, not to provide a very disparate types of comments.
I don't know. Maybe Sue could weigh in.
Do you want perspective from the EPA folks and how they would like it presented? Because I know there's different ways to cut the pie, and so it's hard to necessarily decide what is the best, process going forward. But I can invite maybe Chris or Andrew or Catherine, any one of you, if you would like to weigh in.
Thank you. Yeah, I will be honest, I also find the charge questions confusing. So the way that it mixes up hazard identification and dose response. So I would say anything that makes it easier, including separating out hazard ID and dose response, absolutely fine. Whatever is easiest for you to make it, and wanted to be very comprehensive in these questions as well.
Does that help?
Not really.
Your choice, basically.
So I have an idea.
Dr. Morse.
Would it make sense to go through, the way I read these questions is part 1 is really the hazard, and part 2 and 3 is the dose response assessment after it. I wonder if it would make sense to go through the specifics of each organ system as we go through the organ systems, and then we get to question 4, we might be able to come up with some generalizations after we've been through the specifics. I mean, it's just a possible way to move forward.
John, but I would need to weigh in on the RFD and the point of departure because that's what was addressed in question 4, and then uncertainty factors were all question 5. So, you know, I cannot abstain.
I mean, those come up in each of the organ systems too. We're asked to comment on that, and there are comments on that. I mean, I could.
Do we have him speak up?
I mean, why don't we follow the schedule? That way, you know, I mean, I don't think it matters too much. You put something in the right place. I mean, you know, just, we have the schedule.
Yeah.
So Yvonne, why don't you just chime in here if you've got specific concerns on this one? And then we'll hear it again later, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So in question 4, for example, there was a question on the gastric endpoints from the 90-day studies, and my comment was that the Thompson et al. Studies 2012 and 2011 were actually not selected for BMD modeling for reasons that are not justifiable, because they actually are of appropriate design, and you know, they are larger actually than some of the studies that were selected. So my recommendation was to go and actually to do BMD modeling on those studies, and then actually to have a full compendium of candidate RFCs to compare, because from the data as it was provided, I had no confidence that the selected point of departure is actually representative, that it's not an outlier. And again, this particular approach that was taken and the way that data was, or the candidate RFCs were visualized, is in general consistent with the recommendations from the national academies, you know, back from the, 2010 or 11, I forget, formaldehyde risk assessment. Because the this document shows the point of departure and then the ultimate candidate RFC without actually demonstrating the uncertainty factors. It's just one straight line. The National Academies recommended showing in boxes the impact of each uncertainty factor. And not only 2 appropriate studies that should have been used for dose response were not used, but also I'm not sure whether it's very transparent without reading this very thick document, what uncertainty factor choices are actually, how impactful they are. So we may, or the agency may recognize that this particular choice of a POD is an outlier, and then they'll have to make a policy justification for it. So I'm personally not ready to conclude that this was an appropriate POD because I don't have enough information. So that's my comment.
Well, yeah, and that was a comment made here, I think by Mr. Haney, actually, that in terms of the doing the additional modeling to get more results to compare. I mean, I could certainly try and just briefly, you know, be briefer on terms of part 2 and 3 for the future sections, and since you deal with it again in charge question 4, I don't know. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm the lead discussant for charge question 4, and really charge question 4, the way I think what Dr. Rusin was, some of his comments had to do with study selection, not how the benchmark dose modeling was done. And that in question 3, it specifically says study selection for dose response analysis. Charge question 4, as I interpret it, it's really very straightforward, like for the benchmark dose modeling that was done for each endpoint, are the modeling, it doesn't say anything about were the right studies selected. It's like what, like taking as a given that they selected these studies, whether you agree or someone agrees or disagrees, did they follow the benchmark dose modeling guidance? It wasn't about, so what Dr. Rusin was just discussing, in my opinion, it fits in much better under 3, and that's not what 4 asked about. So when he had concerns that the right study wasn't selected or other studies should have been considered. So that part should go now, if any, in my opinion, if anyone, even if they submitted it under other comments, it's not, that's where it fits in. Thanks.
So just to clarify, so you're saying that study selection aspects are more appropriate for 3?
Yeah, and charge question, charge question 4 just says, I'm not going to read it all, but EPA used benchmark dose modeling and for these different endpoints are the modeling approaches use selection of benchmark response levels. That's not study selection, that BMRs, and the selected models used to identify the PODs justified and clearly described. It's nothing. And the next one, what is it? 5, I think. That's about the uncertainty factors specifically, but that's also in 3. But
yeah.
So any comments, if anyone comments about the studies that were selected for non-cancer endpoints belong under 3, I believe.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's see. So I think I covered most of the aspects. So as I said, there were a number of suggestions, several tier 1, just to sort of summarize. One had to do with the human relevance of animal findings, that there was an objection to the, just to, without evidence to the contrary, assuming human relevance. Then the recommendation, which I know we've heard multiple times about, justifying data from mice or rats with regard to their biological representative for humans, and then the issue of also relating to uncertainties with the most appropriate lab species, and then one other tier 1 suggestion or recommendation was the dose response data from a lab species for the OS-RFD derivation, how well it is predicted for similar effects in humans, and then there are again several tier 2 suggestions related to uncertainty, which we talked about, and modeling variability. So I don't invite either, I guess, Dr. Costa or Haney if they want to add anything with regard to the 3A, the GI. Any points that want to emphasize or add to?
And so so we're under 3 now?
3A. Yes, still on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but we're on to the question now about the data for a diffuse epithelial hyperplasia of the duodenum in female mice being not amenable to benchmark dose. Is that where we are, or are we the one above that?
Well, I just sort of summarized the different recommendations for 3A, that mostly, ones that you had made regarding appropriateness of the animal models and uncertainties with extrapolation. We talked a bit about the modeling, but that could be maybe, as we said, more for charge question 4. But as far as appropriateness of studies, I think it's what our focus should be more on. Yeah. So with
Right.
regard.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, I did emphasize for for this endpoint and other endpoints the issue about species selection and how the assessment, depending on the endpoint, goes between the mouse and the rat without an attempt to establish which may be more representative of the dose response in humans, and how the IRIS tert butyl alcohol assessment acknowledges that in the uncertainty section. And so that's something that I did recommend. It's a big area of uncertainty, and for other effects, I even do some comparisons between the mouse and the rat to show how much different the points of departure are for the same effect. So that can be important. I'll talk a little bit more about some of my comments about the dose metric that was used for BMD modeling for this endpoint. First of all, I point out that the EPA's benchmark dose software suggested a particular model for this endpoint, and so I suggested that they consider using those results and try to put those benchmark dose results in context compared to using the low L and a database uncertainty factor of 10. But I'd like to really go on to the choice of dose metric for BMD modeling for this endpoint and other endpoints, tumors and whatnot. So because in one of my papers, I modeled a diffuse epithelial hyperplasia of the duodenum in female mice on the basis of duodenum tissue absorbed dose. So mean added chromium per kilogram tissue. So I use that as the dose metric because that's more approximately causally associated to the effects that we're seeing is the actual dose that was absorbed. And when I did so, used absorbed dose to model diffuse epithelial hyperplasia in female mice. The log, logistic, and dichotomous hill models provided adequate fit to the mouse data confirmed by visual inspection. And these models provided almost identical fits that had the lowest ASE values and good goodness fit P values. They provided the same BMD10 values with very similar BMDL10 values. The BMDL and BMD10 values were all within a factor of 1.5. Also got similar results when I used the 95% LCL of the tissue concentrations of chromium. But unlike EPA's BMD modeling results, the log probit model had a BMDL10 within a factor of 3 of the log logistic and dichotomous hill models, which again, those had the lowest AIC. So the benchmark dose approach that I used with absorbed target tissue as my dose metric, they did not exhibit the same problem as EPA's results did. They met all the EPA modeling criteria that are provided in section D11 of the draft assessment. It's an approach because it's a benchmark dose approach that considers all the data instead of the no-L, low-L approach. And again, it's based on a dose metric more closely causally related to the toxic effect. Again, the dose metric was target tissue absorbed dose. So as a tier 2 suggestion, I'm suggesting that EPA consider using that dose metric for benchmark dose modeling of this effect. And so I just wanted to highlight that.
Okay. Anyone else have comments or questions?
So I guess I already mentioned mine, so we'll just move them over. And I think doing additional BMD analysis of the Thompson studies and presenting the data, to clearly see species differences and choices of endpoints in a slightly different way, that would be a major revision to include.
Right.
So we'll just work on donating those comments to 3A.
Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, because I mean, it's sort of study choice, but I mean, but it goes a little further, I guess. So there's a little overlap. Okay. Anyone else have on 3A, the GI comments or questions? Or okay. So I guess should we go on to 3B, which is the respiratory non-cancer outside of nasal cavity. So this is kind of a two-part. The first part says the evidence indicates that inhalation exposure to chromium-6 likely causes lower respiratory tract effects in humans given sufficient exposure conditions. This conclusion is primarily based on inflammatory effects indicative of lung injury in medium confidence animal studies, supported by observations of decreased lung function among chromium-exposed workers in low confidence human studies, and mechanistic observations that support the biological plausibility of an inflammatory tissue response following chromium-6 exposure that is interpreted to lead to impaired function or adverse structural changes. Please comment on whether this conclusion is scientifically justified and clearly described. Then the second part relates to the point of departure from the Glaser et al. 1990 study, which is a 90-day inhalation bioassay in rodents, and that was selected to calculate the OSRFC of 1 × 10⁻⁴ milligram per meter cubed based on histopathological cellular responses in the lung. For most endpoints that served as the basis for this OSRFC, a composite uncertainty factor of 1,000 was used to account for intraspecies, animal to human, subchronic to chronic, low L to no L, and database deficiency uncertainties. So please comment on whether the selection of the point of departure is scientifically justified and clearly described. Okay, so there were comments from Drs. Costa, Morris, and Mr. Haney. So I had one comment that said that it was scientifically justified, clearly described for the first part about the conclusion of impaired function. Let's see. So maybe it's easier to go to the recommendations. So, there were a lot of recommendations regarding the choice of concerns about the choice of the Glaser study and point as a for the source of the point of departure determination that are considered to be tier 1, meaning that they're required modification. So one commenter noted that the selection of the Glaser study for the basis of the point of departure, they cited as a weakness because there are multiple concerns that I guess about the nature of the study, about its peer review status, about even the basic experimental design animal handling. So, and certain lack of descriptions in the study suggesting that quality might not be appropriate. Then, let's see. So then there was a concern that even if you assume that there's adequate quality in the Glaser study, that there was concerns about the statistical conclusions of the study, and again, lacking details. There was also comments about the issue of particle size evaluation that was not, I guess, adequately presented, and that that's an important aspect of these inhalation studies. So there's quite a number of detailed comments on that. Also comments on respiratory response evaluation that felt that the text needs to be strengthened with regard to effects in the respiratory tract. There's, I guess, noted some confusion about how response patterns are described, and particularly with regard to insoluble dust versus chromate, soluble chromate, dichromate aerosols. So the extensive comments on that. Also concerns about worker pulmonary function effects, and a study that was excluded, and found that the exclusion of that study may not be fully warranted. And this is the Beauvais et al. 77 study. So it's an old study. And then there's also concern about how the coherence of animal and human data are presented, and that that should be, discussed further. And then also characterizing the pathological response in the rodent studies and how it relates to, there was an issue of the fact that rodents are, obligate nose-breathing mammals. So that is, you have to understand, the types of effects that are observed based on that. And then there are a bunch of tier 2 comments, relating to clarifications regarding inhalation, kinetics, and the issue of deposition of particles. Let's see. And there's a whole series of responses or comments regarding just points that need clarification with regard to aqueous aerosols versus particle responses that needs to be clarified, specifying particle responses, and so on. Let me see. Okay, and then with regard to recommendations, again, there's again, a lot of recommendations regarding, things that need clarification in the text with regard to how the exposure occurs, how the particles versus aerosols. That's kind of the gist of things. And then there's comments about uncertainty factors as well. Maybe I'll leave it, let any of the people comment, Dr. Costa, Morris, and Mr. Haney, if they want to add or emphasize any points, and then we have any questions.
I'll jump in. I'm the one that wrote the book on dealing with this, and yeah, you did a good job summarizing it. One question I have, and it's really a question, is the POD for the cancer. They calculate a 1% response rate for the cancer response. That POD is 100-fold less than the POD for the non-cancer effects. And it just seems to me that a tumor must be preceded by a non-cancer effect, like hyperplasia or the like. And so I thought that at least that needed to be discussed. They're 100-fold different. I also sort of wondered, I don't know what EPA policy is on this, but boy, I would be tempted to set the lower respiratory tract POD based on that 1% cancer response and then go through uncertainty factors with it. Because obviously there was some, it keeps using the words effects rather than toxicity. Obviously there were effects in the lower respiratory tract at a dose that causes a tumor. So I don't really know what the answer to that is, whether it's policy driven or science driven, but seemed to me at the very minimum, there should be some discussion of that 100-fold difference between those two PODs.
Anyone else want to add any or have questions, comments on that point or other? Yeah, I guess I think that's an important point about that you make about non-cancer effects preceding. You often have cellular damage, cytotoxicity occurs at early time points, and then that progresses maybe to tumorigenesis. So there seems to be a disconnect in maybe in how that's how that seems to be described here or presented. So I agree. Yeah.
Well, I actually disagree with the statement that obvious sign of toxicity should precede development of cancer. We have excellent example, ionized radiation, where cancer risk is really established at low doses, such as multiple use of whole body CT. Nobody ever found any radiation-induced toxicity like bone marrow suppression. So cancer is simply a cleaner effect. You count yes or no. The counting inflammation, or it's a much more noisier system, so its sensitivity is just not as high. So you might not really detect at the same level of sensitivity or the same or at very low level of exposure as you detect cancer. Second, the cancer arising in chromate workers is actually not deep in the lung. It's mostly at areas of bronchial bifurcation. And that people do not look at this function. They look at inflammation deep in the lung. So maybe we're missing the part where most of chromium effect is in humans versus in animals where chromium was deposited in a different way, and lots of it got in, deep in alveolar regions and caused inflammation. So I definitely disagree with the statement that point of departure for non-cancer effect should be close to point of departure for cancer.
Okay, I mean, they do say, I'll just respond, they do talk about bronchoalveolar hyperplasia. So they do include the airways. I agree the tumors are at the bifurcations. But so they do, in the non-cancer study, they find hyperplasia. And presumably the bronchial airways, they don't provide any photomicrographs. So I have no clue exactly what they were talking about.
It's probably because they're particles, larger particles.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends on how it's ground up.
The animal studies were an aqueous aerosol that was nebulized, and the workers, right, are from roasters to electroplaters to whatever.
Those are big particles, so
yeah,
they
Lord knows what
stuck in the bronchioles.
Yeah, but I can water down that comment that I had about that apparent discrepancy. I just raise it mainly out of curiosity.
Well, I wonder, though, just to answer Dr. Zhikovich's comment, I mean, I wonder if radiation is a good comparison, or that maybe it's different, would be kind of fundamentally different than other types of cancer-inducing agents. I don't know.
Well, obviously it's different, but I just was given an example that we should not assume that for carcinogenesis we should see non-cancer effect at the same level of exposure or at lower level of exposure. If you look at epidemiological data, risk of lung cancer among chromate exposed worker is linear. So it was a Gibbs study or some other studies. And nobody reported the same thing for non-cancer effect, simply because the system is much noisy. There are lots of things which can contribute to decreased lung capacity or lung function. So you're starting with higher level background, and it's much more difficult to detect linear response extrapolating to lower. Cancer is a yes or no, much more definitive event. So if you're starting with rare event, you can determine it much more accurately. And
okay, I buy into this, except they talk about, cytotoxicity and regenerative hyperplasia as being involved in the mode of action.
Yeah.
As opposed to pure mutagenesis. So it is a
That-
quandary to
that's-
me.
No, well, that's because you need more proliferation to get
Yeah.
cancer. I mean, you're not going to get cancer unless if you kill the cells, you're not going to get cancer.
Yeah. Okay.
So they need to proliferate.
Yeah.
So
All right. I'm cool. I'll pull that one down.
Okay.
I'm good.
Mr. Haney had a comment or question? I think you had your hand up, no?
Well, it was just, it's an answer. Maybe it's not the best answer, but the processes to derive non-CARC uncertain tox factors and CARC-based tox factors are just different processes, and so EPA will have their justifications for choosing the respective benchmark dose responses for those two endpoints, and so for non-cancer effects, it's going to be ultimately to apply uncertainty factors to protect against the non-cancer effect, whether or not it's related to the cancer effect. And so there's just different processes to derive the two types of tox factors. And at the end of the day, when all's said and done, well, then the most conservative one is going to rule. And
Right.
so either a health protective air concentration based on non-cancer effects as that tox factors derive will be the lowest, or the other one will be the lowest. And that's going to be the one that's used, to trigger some sort of action to mitigate exposures as we need to. So anyway, there's just, again, there's just different processes to derive the different types of effects, cancer versus non-cancer.
Right. And it's the nasal effects are going to drive the RFC anyway, not the lower respiratory tract at the end of the day.
Okay. And there are also some additional comments about uncertainty, but I guess that would be more into the other charge questions, 4 or 5, I guess. So we could leave that. Anything else? Any other comments about the respiratory tract with the outside the nasal? So I guess there are concerns about the particles and characterizing that. Again, some issue or concern about presentation of, I guess, the choice of point of departure, vagueness of some terms relating to effects versus the nature of those effects. Any other comments then, or 3B?
I would just shoot in that I think my major concern is I don't think that the Glasser study is suitable for a POD.
Yes, yes.
That's the major concern.
Right. Yeah, and that is certainly within I think the scope of charge question 3 is the appropriateness of studies for deriving point of departures, and so that's I guess the major point. Yes. Okay.
Is there a proposed solution to that criticism?
I don't know, did you have
Well, I decided it's up to EPA to figure out what to do if they agree. They might not agree.
Yeah.
There are other studies they could rely on. I just don't know which they would find the best.
Yeah, and the comments say in fair detail about the deficiencies or lack of specification for that study. So, Dr. Rusin had a question? Comment?
Yeah, I think that this is a clear case where it's one organ, but they're reasonable human studies. So any study in animals essentially will be much higher uncertainty and secondary. And the points of departure from human studies are way lower. So we can just recommend that this particular study is unsuitable, and end of story.
That is, I think, essentially what Dr. Morris's comment relating to that study is, that there are too many uncertainties or deficiencies in the experimental design, and I think even in the publication itself, that raise issues about study quality. Okay. All right. There are no other comments, I guess, on 3. Then we could go on to 3C, which is the next part of respiratory. If I can find it in my notes here. So 3C, let me say, I'm trying to find it here. Here we go. It's respiratory non-cancer, specifically the nasal cavity. And it says that as noted in Appendix A, which is a systematic review protocol, a determination that evidence demonstrates chromium-6 causes nasal lesions in humans was adopted from the 1998 IRIS assessment. Point of departure from Gibb et al. 2000A was selected to calculate an OS-RFC of 1 × 10⁻⁵ milligram per meter cubed based on ulceration of the nasal septum. A composite uncertainty factor of 300 was used to account for intraspecies, subchronic to chronic, low L to no L, and database deficiency uncertainties. This OS-RFC was selected as the overall RFC. Please comment on whether the selection of the overall RFC is scientifically justified, clearly described. Let's see. So one comment, this was the assigned commenters were the same again, Dr. Costa, Dr. Morris, and also Mr. Haney provided comments. There's some comments about it being justified, the RFC overall, clearly the most sensitive, and noting that the nasal hazard has been firmly established in prior studies, but that there are concerns that were expressed about some very similar to the 3B about particle size evaluations and potential differences between responses to chromium-6 aerosols, and that needs to be, I guess, differentiated, that it may not be the same. Also, I guess there's a discrepancy noted in the Gibb et al. Study regarding the low L that was identified there was much different from other studies in workers in the chrome plating industry. So that, raises questions. So again, about the appropriateness of the study, I think that's a detailed comment on the appropriateness of using the Gibb et al. Study for point of departure for nasal effects. And there needs to be clearer justification. There were some no concerns were noted about, I think, uncertainty factors. Let's see. Well, I guess that was by one reviewer, but another reviewer did question the uncertainty factor and if that these were appropriate and that there may be rationale for using different uncertainty factors, based on the database and the studies. So I think that's where that's pretty much the gist of comments. Again, there were some recommendations. Some were tier 1 being required, having to do with particle differences and differences in chromium-6 aerosols in different studies that need to be taken into account. Again, the appropriate use of the or the question of appropriateness of the use of the Gibb et al. 2008 study to establish the POD. And there was a study cited, another one, Lindbergh and Hayden-Sterna from 1983 that is suggested to be more appropriate. So maybe could comment on that. and then issues about uncertainties and particle sizes. So anyone want to add to or elaborate on those key issues?
I'll just elaborate briefly. You did a good job of summarizing the other book that I wrote. In their table, when they're talking about the human nasal studies, they have 4 studies. One of them was done in a chromate production plant, and the other 3 were done in electroplating workers. And the PODs for all 3 electroplating workers were lower than the chromate production plant by a factor of about 3 or 4, if I remember. So it just seems to me that the simplest explanation is really that something is different between the electroplating versus the chromate workers, and we ought to use the point of departure from the most sensitive response. I mean, I understand the strength of the chromate production workers. There are a lot of people in that, but still, it didn't give the lowest response level. That was my reasoning behind that we ought to pick the most sensitive response. And also the advantage of the studies from the electroplating workers is that they included women. Yes. 25% of the population is women. That's another big advantage of using that study, which would influence uncertainty factors downstream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was it done in Russia?
I don't remember.
That's the only place I know where you see women in factories.
Okay.
No, you can see them in all kinds of factories. It's unbelievable. 5% of, I don't think in the United States or most other countries you would see that. But.
And so would you say, Dr. Marth, that a major issue is not only the discrepancy, but also explaining or addressing that in the document is an important part?
Yeah, that's my tier 1 is that it needs much more justification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Jacobus?
So there is an explanation why there is a lower dose of chromium cause nasal damage in chrome plating. So it's different exposure to chromium-6 than in chromate production. Chromate production, it's a pure exposure to chromate particles. In electroplating, chromium-6 comes in acid solution. So chromium-6 is much more aggressive when it's suspended in acidic solution. So it's no wonder that it's much more severe damage to nasal septum. And there are publications where they look at electroplating facilities where you can actually separate acid effect presence or not presence. So you're totally correct. Our interpretation and with studies that in electroplating facility, because of the presence of acid, the same concentration of chromium would be more toxic. But then if you focus only on pure form of chromium, then study of GIP would be more appropriate.
And that's the sort of discussion that they ought to include. The problem is they make the case that it doesn't matter what the source of the chromate is, the response is the same. So they need to think about that assertion as well.
I haven't, maybe Dr. Zitkovich knows the answer to this. Is there also a particle size difference where you've got an acid mist in one case and particulates in the other?
That I don't know. What the size of particle? I mean, it's particle size. It depends how big aerosol particles are, because eventually, what we inhale in the lung, it's liquid is evaporated, and then only dry material is deposited. My guess is probably for nasal cavity, the aerosol particles probably going to be larger than in chromate production.
I tried to find out the particle sizes, and I did some digging. I couldn't really find much particle size information, from the citations that the EPA gave, and what they gave was contradictory. And then you throw in the fact that it's hygroscopic. So the water's not going to evaporate because it's hygroscopic. So it's really a pretty difficult question, and one that Dr. Lash says, I made a lot of comments about particle size. Those are in those comments that we just don't know. And there also were a couple of repeated comments in this EPA document that the particle size in industry is bigger than the environment. That's total speculation. It needs to be a little clearer, provide some data. particle size is related to the energy associated in its generation. The higher the temperature, the smaller the particle size. So in the roasting rooms or in welding, those particles are probably pretty small. But, in the absence of data, you've got to clearly indicate what's just total speculation.
Man, I think also an important point is, even if we don't know, the discrepancies need to be addressed or at least cited as an area for future investigation to try and explain it. You had a question? Oh, your microphone.
I want to confirm with just some of the guests. Chromium particles in welding fumes in nanosize range.
Yeah.
John, but you were asking is there a reference for that, right?
Correct. They don't provide a reference for it.
I suggest look at my publications and reference that.
Okay. I mean, the concern is they've got workers in all sorts of population and all sorts of industries, and the only reference they provide is particle sizes in one of those industries, with no discussion about whether that's reflective of all the others. So, it just needs to be much clearer.
Okay.
But based on this discussion, can we suggest perhaps that, Gibbs study is the more relevant one because it doesn't involve a particular pH of the solution, but also with respect to uncertainty factors, I think one of the uncertainty factors that was database. I mean, these are portal of entry effects. Multiple studies show that these are the effects. I think that uncertainty factor is completely misplaced. So I would like to maybe get a consensus, because it is an important decision, that the Gibbs study is more relevant with respect to how the exposures and what type of particles were used. And also we'll come back on Friday to the uncertainty factor, but no one questions that these types of effects occur. So it doesn't really matter what each study is, medium or low confidence. There's high confidence in that particular adverse effect, and I think that should remove that extra uncertainty factor of 3.
I can put something to that effect in there, Ivan, that the Gibbs study may be more appropriate, or the other studies may be less appropriate because they include acid in the exposure scenario. I'll put something in there like that. Okay. But the EPA does need to justify it, which they don't do.
Okay. Any other comments or questions regarding?
Well, I'm still uncertain that we can recommend, even though I agree with this comment that Gibbs study and type of chromatic exposure is more typical than in electroplating, but electroplating still exists. So, and it's probably in the United States around 40 or 50,000 workers. And shouldn't the standard be protective against the most sensitive exposure? I just pose it as a question. I'm not sure.
Well, I think there are questions about also the nature of each, the exposure for each, type of use or type of worker. So that needs to be probably addressed. Dr. Rusin?
Yeah, I think in this particular case, it is an important consideration, but it's something that other parts of EPA can then look at the actual uses. And if you're talking about the general population, then electroplating is really not a representative exposure to general population. Right. Iris values are for general population. I think we should be using studies that are indicative or more representative of a general population exposure rather than unique occupational groups.
Right.
Good point. I'll put that in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, isn't there an issue also that, I think certain of the organ endpoints may be more specific or, to certain occupational versus general population exposures, more likely. So, that's I think another issue relating to that. Okay, any other comments, questions, points about 3B? or 3, I guess 3C rather, nasal.
Well, you know, nasal perforation's not very common. If you're trying to say this is environmental, if that's what you're getting at.
Right.
Well, I think the point that maybe Dr. Ruth was making is that that since the sort of the main goal, this isn't like a NIOSH or type of assessment, that since the main goal is a hazard assessment for the general population, although the types of effects or endpoints can be, you can get information from certain types of very specific limited occupational exposures, it may not have as much relevance for the general population, and that needs to probably be made clear.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, how do we want to proceed? We're about an hour ahead of time? Okay. Okay, so I think actually the next one is liver, hepatic effects, and it's not as long or involved. Of course, I have to find where I'm at here. So in the next one, 3D, let's see, that's 3C. Here we go, 3D, hepatic effects. So there's two parts. The first is the evidence indicates that chromium-6 likely causes hepatic effects in humans given sufficient exposure conditions. This conclusion is primarily based on studies in animals that observed hepatic effects with increasing drinking water exposure levels. Increased clinical chemistry markers for liver dysfunction, namely alanine aminotransferase and aspartate aminotransferase, as well as increased chronic inflammation and fatty change were seen across animal studies. Please comment on whether this conclusion is scientifically justified and clearly described. Then the second part is that a point of departure from the 2008 NTP study, a 2-year drinking water bioassay in rodents, was selected to calculate an OS-RFD of 7 × 10⁻⁴ milligram per kilogram day based on chronic inflammation in female rats. A composite uncertainty factor of 100 was used to account for intraspecies, animal to human, and low L to no L uncertainties. Please comment on whether the selection is scientifically justified and clearly described. And the reviewers for this were me, Dr. King, and also Mr. Haney provided comments. Let's see. So I guess regarding scientific justification, I guess one comment had to do with the different studies of confidence in the study seemed to be accurately presented. Although there were, I guess, some studies that were rejected, so there were questions raised about the appropriateness of that, or if enough information was provided to, to clearly indicate the basis of that decision. So let's see. I guess overall, the characterization of slight evidence from human studies and moderate evidence from animal studies seems appropriate, was one comment. Evidence is clearly described. There was also a concern, a comment made about studies being excluded from, for example, Table 323. Noted the Khan et al. 2013 study was considered uninformative, but to be consistent across different sections of the document that had other designated uninformative studies still included in the table summarizing the list of studies. Comments about noting limitations of conclusions. See here. Another reviewer noted about the explanation for designating human studies as low confidence, and there were 3 low confidence, 1 uninformative. That seemed reasonably clear, and the criteria used. So there may be some little differences between how we interpret it. The 2 of the reviewers. So, there's a question about the animal studies. There are 18 studies listed, and there are a variety of characterizations of the quality from, confidence level rather, from high, medium, and low, and even uninformative. There seems to be, I guess, the impression is that I think the reader may not get a really good picture of the basis of those decisions with the discussions of liver histopathology and inflammation. Let's say. There was also some discussion of mechanistic comments about the mechanistic evidence supporting the hepatic effects in animals and humans that suggests a possible mode of action. That discussion seemed appropriate. So I had commented, one of my pet peeves about the phrase non-statistically significant increases. Always drives me crazy because it doesn't make any sense to me. It's why would you do statistics and it shows that there's no difference and yet you state there's a difference. I know my epidemiology colleagues will probably complain about that, but I always complain about it. Okay, and then in the second part, so let's see, in the second part there are some comments. The rationale and scientific and biological rationale for the inflammatory response in female rats as being more vulnerable than male seems said to conclude to be reasonable and clear. There was a concern about there was an issue with data not being amenable to BMD dose response analysis, but I guess is more something that's discussed in charge question 4 or 5. Let's see. Okay, then let's see, section 2. Okay. The descriptions of the various studies, rationale for concluding that the NTP 2008 study is, the appropriate one seems clear. Okay. So then there's a lengthy concern about the OS-RFD for hepatic effects being based on the lowest candidate toxicity value, which is the chronic inflammation in the female Fisher 344 rat, reported in the 2008 NTP study. So I guess there's a discussion raised about trying to scientifically justify the animal model again, and addressing the point about why it's an appropriate animal model, and in this case the female Fisher 340 rat as compared to, say, other studies with mice, for example. So there's a so again, the comment, this was Mr. Haney's comment about the which comes up again, as we mentioned in charge question 2, and comes up here in many places, where the key point about scientifically justifying the choice of model as being the most appropriate one. Okay, I think that those are most of, there's some questions, comments about the modeling, which I think is more in the purview of charge question 4 or 5, I don't remember which, but as we talked about, I'll leave it now if people want to any of the other reviewers want to elaborate their comments or clarify anything.
Well, I'll elaborate by saying I think you covered a lot of my comments there. I think to that I will only add, my assessment at least was that the studies themselves, or the quality of the evidence, is pretty appropriately characterized for hepatic. We saw comments from several other members of the board, as well as some public comments. I don't think anybody's disputing hepatic effects of CR6, so that's pretty standard. And yet, I think appropriately they characterize the human evidence as slight. And we did see at least one comment comes to mind where recommending that be raised, but I don't think that's necessary given the small number of studies and very disparate samples. So that's, yeah, I think as is, and you covered all of the concerns about clarity of presentation that I think we need to capture.
Mr. Haney you had a comment or elaboration?
Yeah, yes, just to elaborate a little bit on the importance of species selection and trying to scientifically justify that. You certainly touched on it, so I appreciate that. So I'll point out in my comments in this section that the candidate RFD values for chronic liver inflammation, which is the critical effect being discussed here, differ by a factor of 27 between the female mouse and the female rat. With the mouse candidate RFD incorporating BMD modeling and a 10-fold lower total uncertainty factor compared to the rat. So the mouse-based candidate RFD is derived using BMD modeling, has a lower total uncertainty factor. So it has, you could say it has less scientific uncertainty associated with it. Okay. Yet, the rat value, because it's lower, that becomes the RFD. So and so why do I bring all this up? Well, I bring it up over and over because it concerns the RFD or RFC actually meeting its definition. And so by definition, the RFD and RFC supposed to have uncertainty that spans no more than an order of magnitude. So uncertainty is supposed to span no more than an order of magnitude, yet between the species, we already have a 27-fold difference in sensitivity without scientific justification for which is most relevant for humans. And then we have a 100-fold uncertainty factor built in for the female rat. So you have a difference of 27, then you have an additional uncertainty factor of 100. And when you see these sorts of differences between species and look at these total uncertainty factors, that clearly has implications for an RFD or RFC meeting its own definition, which the uncertainty is supposed to span no more than one order of magnitude. And so I just wanted to highlight that.
And Dr. Rusin had a...
Yeah, Mr. Haney, I'm not here to argue with the actual risk assessor, but I think I want to clarify. The definition of the RFD and RFC is that the ultimate value actually has an order of magnitude bound on it. But in derivation of that value, uncertainty factors can be much larger than that, and usually are. So those are two different things, and we should not conflate them.
All right.
I just had a question about that for maybe Mr. Haney can clarify. That order of magnitude uncertainty, I think I've always thought of it with respect to the particular uncertainty factor, not how you might get a different uncertainty factor using for the same target organ, but with a different species or a different gender, and that assuming they're of comparable quality, one would choose the most restrictive reference dose. I mean, is that different from how you understand the order of magnitude descriptor?
Well, Yeah, I mean, it's becoming obvious that different people seem to have different interpretations of it. Some people interpret it as that the actual uncertainty associated with it is, within an order of magnitude total that includes above and beyond, above and below. Some people interpret it as it can have 10-fold above and below. Apparently there are different interpretations of what these mean. Looking back, I think a lot of people interpret it that that there's not a lot of uncertainty that it's sort of essentially predictive of those certain effects within an order of magnitude. So the actual value, if you will, may lie up to an order of magnitude away, but obviously people have different interpretations of what this may mean.
Thank you.
Okay. So any other comments or questions about the liver as a target organ? Nobody online? Okay. So I think the key issues here was, or questions, concerns were about the species appropriateness and degree of uncertainty related to using different rodent species. Some question about the RF-CRFD, the variation that's obtained using different data sets. But in general, I think there was general agreement that the data were appropriately characterized, the nature of the limited human studies and the animal studies. Some questions about for clarity, including studies that were considered uninformative but were left out of some of the summary tables. Any other points you want to make or key points? Or are we good? So should we do another organ or?
I think we should, because my goal is to get you home earlier than anticipated. So if we can leave just question 6 for Friday and get as much of everything else done, while we can, I think that will allow us to have a really robust discussion of number 6.
Yeah, and I think 4 and 5 will probably take a while as well.
Right. So, yeah, the more that we can get done today, the more time we'll have for those other questions tomorrow, and hopefully we'll only be left with question 6 for Friday.
Okay. All right. Well,
please continue.
Okay. Well, developmental is the next 3E. And it's got actually the comments I received were reasonably brief on this, although I received them from several people, Dr. Chen, Dr. Van Wingarden, Ms. Haney, and Dr. Costa. Let's see. So developmental. So there's 2 parts to it. First part is the evidence indicates that chromium-6 likely causes developmental effects in humans given sufficient exposure conditions. This conclusion is primarily based on the observation of decreased offspring growth across most animal studies, as evidenced by decreased fetal or postnatal body weights and decreased skeletal ossification. Other outcomes in animal studies are more uncertain because they were inconsistent among high and medium confidence studies, or were evaluated only in low confidence studies. Likewise, the available human data were of low confidence and difficult to interpret. Please comment on whether this conclusion is scientifically justified and clearly described. And then the second part is that a point of departure from the 1997 NTP study, which is a continuous breeding study in BALB/C mice, was used to derive an OSRFD of 0.07 milligram per kilogram day based on decreased F1 offspring postnatal growth. A composite uncertainty factor of 10 was used to account for intraspecies and animal-to-human uncertainties. It should be noted that the decreased F1 offspring growth effect was observed at maternal doses of 24.4 milligram per kilogram day, which is a relatively high dose associated with overt toxicity in other studies. Both indirect, maternal or paternal, and direct exposures, direct routes of exposure to the developing organism were considered during hazard assessment. It is frequently difficult to determine whether effects on the fetus are in response to or separate from maternal toxicity in studies that report both, and so the fetal endpoints were considered in conjunction with the maternal endpoints described in the female reproductive effects section. Developmental effects at doses that cause minimal maternal toxicity are still considered to represent developmental toxicity and should not be discounted as maternal toxicity, and that's based on a 1991 US EPA document. However, because this effect only occurred in high-dose groups where other toxicological effects may be occurring, this OSRFD was assigned a low confidence. And so the charge is to please comment on whether the selection is scientifically justified and clearly described. So as I said, I did receive comments from a number of people. One was noting several recent human studies. Well, the comment was that basically the body of evidence mostly comes from animal studies, but that a number of human studies, recent ones have been published, and we're provided with a number of these studies. There's a Canadian cohort study, women exposed to metal fumes in welding, a study from China, and a few other studies, one from Oregon. I think there are like 5 or actually about 8 studies here. So that could provide additional human relevant data. I guess also the point was made that since human studies and these newer studies exist, that this may enhance or fortify the conclusion about developmental effects, although it's noted that it probably won't change the overall conclusion. There's also a question about other types of effects, such as skeletal ossification, that were consistently observed, although in low confidence studies, that suggests a potential effect on bone formation processes, and that really wasn't, I guess, discussed as much in the document. Also a comment about studies considered uninformative due to critical deficiencies in one or more domain. They weren't considered further, but the reviewer noted that that it might be useful to provide a little more justification, explanation for the conclusion that these were uninformative, as was done in other parts of the document. There was a comment about ecological studies and about the appropriateness of considering these studies in the hazard identification. So that's a question that was raised. Let's see. Okay. And then in the second part, or actually there might be more on the first part. Okay. Another reviewer felt that generally the available data are clearly and appropriately described. Talks about the weight of evidence, reasonably supports the conclusion. One comment, though, that felt that certain conclusion or studies where there's a high risk or relatively higher risk for other types of I guess developmental defects that can occur associated with exposures, that they should be presented with appropriate caveats about the confidence in these studies. Let's see. In the second part, comment about, so the no-L was used to derive the point of departure instead of the low-L. So I guess there was no, it seemed appropriate, the description there. Oh, there was some comment about the NTP 1997 study and about felt that some of the data from that study may be overinterpreted, that unclear about the nature of the dose response, and concern about whether there really was a clear effect observed. And let's see, otherwise, and also comment about the appropriateness of the, justifying studies from rats or mice, that their biological relevance to humans, and particularly with regard to the dose. And I think, let's see. Oh, and there was a concern which is probably more relevant to the later charge questions regarding the point of departure and using calculations from different studies from mice versus rats. I think those are the key comments. So again, I guess there's the species use, appropriateness of that as a concern. Let's see what else. There are additional human studies that were cited that maybe Dr. Chen could talk about their appropriateness. He had identified these studies. I think those are the kind of the key issues about developmental. I think the consensus that that there are developmental effects that seem to be identified, but there are some uncertainties because of some consistent effects, mostly in low confidence studies, but some inconsistent observations from other studies that are considered high confidence. So some of the same observations are not always made. Okay. I think those are the key issues, and any of the reviewers want to add to that or talk about, maybe Dr. Chen, I know, could talk about some of the studies that you identified. And I think your point was that it probably wouldn't change necessarily the conclusions, but it at least provides a little more confidence with regard to effect. I'll let you take it.
Yeah, I say thank you, Dr. Lash. This is a very good summary. And I agree, even we have adding another like 8 or 10 epi studies, the final conclusion may not change because, I see sort of discrepancies in the associations. But I do want to mention one of the studies is interesting. That is using the 3 echo cohorts from US with 1,000 sample size in the ECHO 3 cohorts. That's relatively large, but they did not find any association between cadmium, chromium, molybdenum, and uranium. And using a mixture approach, the Bayesian confirmation regression did not find association with the birth weight for gestational age. This is a relatively US-based population study. It's kind of interesting. And there are several other studies. It's just a little bit mixed. But I do want to add actually maybe two more comments. One is the study of occupational welding exposure and spontaneous abortion. This is occupational exposure, and certainly the EPA documents consider them exposure assessment may not be reliable and consider that as low confidence study. Well, you know, for the occupational exposures, that's the way how you define the confidence level. It's high, low, or medium for these occupational studies may or may not be the same as animal studies. To me, you know, if you have relatively reliable estimates or actually through questionnaire, even through questionnaire to get their occupational history, it may still be reasonably actually having information on their occupational history. So that can still be, to me, it's not necessarily a low confidence study. On the animal, the second point is on the animal side, there are actually a lot of studies, low confidence studies, looking at pre and post implantation loss. Basically, it's just like, you know, fetal loss. So, but the high confidence interval study, high confidence studies, 2 of them, and one medium confidence study, they did not find this association. It's very kind of interesting. 10 low confidence studies found the association, but the 2 high and 1 medium did not find the association. It's very, you know, to me, it's very hard to figure out what's going on with that discrepancies of these studies on pre and post implantation loss. So that is part actually I feel like I want to get a little more understanding, but you know, it's from what's written there, it's not very clear to me. But other than that, I think, you know, so I agree what's being said. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to, other reviewers, want to add comments, or anyone else have questions? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what EPA has said here in this piece. I actually thought they were kind of over-interpreting the evidence. To me, it didn't seem to be very much, if anything, going on for developmental outcomes. They're just, you know, maybe the growth outcomes, but for the most part, the human studies, I know it's a slight and uncertain, but to me, the human studies are null. And I don't know how you talk about that in, you know, in these reports, but there must be a difference between slight and uncertain versus null. and to me, I was kind of, you know, I would suggest it's okay to say that there are no associations in epi studies as opposed to saying, you know, slight. So maybe people can, maybe EPA could clarify the difference between those in their discussion. And the other comment about the ecologic studies, which kind of goes back to charge question number 2, is, you know, I mean, we teach that, you know, the ecologic studies aren't very, very good. And they do cite some articles, some papers here about distance from CR6 contaminated site in relation to outcomes, and this is just not something I would generally consider to be of high enough quality to be used for hazard identification or dose response assessment. So I was kind of curious why those studies were included in this, how they passed a not deficient category.
Well, I think a question about, concern about the human studies, their deficiencies and lack of evidence, you know, I think you sort of, it brings up, you know, the issue of, you know, if you have some confidence in some of the consistent effects in the animal studies, and you're presuming that, you know, that they are relevant to humans. So under, you know, so it's like lack of an effect isn't necessarily evidence that there is no effect. You know, that you haven't detected it yet, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the strength of the conclusion, I agree, it needs to be made clear that, you know, and I guess the point about the inconsistencies in the high confidence studies versus the consistencies in the low confidence studies raises the question of, I guess, if it's low confidence, how much weight do you put on the consistency factor? Dr. Jikovic, you had a question, comment?
Yeah, comment. You mentioned reading some of the comments, and there was an additional comment about studies in welders. So I'm not sure why EPA chose to assign it low confidence, but I would assign it for different reasons. There are different welding techniques. Some welders have no exposure to chromium-6, called mild steel welding, when you weld just pure iron. The only source of chromium exposure, if somebody welds stainless steel, which has a chromium and at high temperature is oxidized. But stainless steel has other metals, nickel in very large amounts, relatively comparable to chromium, and then some other metals. So even if you have, it's a mixed exposure. You cannot really assign it to chromium, even if for other reasons it's actually statistically significant change.
Yes, thank you for that point. And this is something related to the newer EPI studies. They are actually examining a mixture of metals. It's not just like chromium exposure by itself. So that's why I feel like in animal studies you can get relatively exposure more precisely estimated. But in EPI studies, given the mixture scenario, and you have to consider even we also have another layer of the complexity is the trivalent and the hexavalent chromium in the biospecimens. That's really adding the difficulties. I agree that probably it's a good point to say this exposure assessment is a problem issue for the mixtures. But I understand that eventually when we want to make policy recommendations, if we consider the exposure scenario in the general population, it's an advantage, even though there could be problems with really assigning the effects to a specific metal given it's a mixture exposure. Thanks.
Yeah, and just related to those studies, I actually disagreed with you on the questionnaire studies. I thought maybe you shouldn't include these studies at all because they're questionnaire studies and they have no quantification in their mixtures. So, I mean, I've done some case control studies and other studies on questionnaire based, and they're pretty challenging. So, yes, they're low confidence, but it made me realize that low confidence for one outcome may be different than a low confidence study for another outcome, because there's lower confidence and low confidence. And I would have assigned it lower confidence or deficient in that regard. So just kind of, interpreting some of these EPI studies and how you assign low, medium, high confidence, to me is a little bit challenging. And it seemed to me that there were maybe different groups of people working on some of these different outcomes across the report, and they came up with different ways of interpreting similar type studies being low confidence or deficient. So maybe just as EPA goes through this, just making sure there's some consistency.
Yeah, and I wonder, in talking about what makes a study that sometimes, where do you cross the line where it becomes uninformative, I suppose? It sounds like some of the deficiencies raise concerns where you really don't know how to interpret the information or its significance. Any other comments or from anyone online or other reviewers?
Maybe the toxicologist can educate me. But if you have a high confidence study that yields a low confidence slope, how does that work in a risk assessment? So if you have a gavage study that's high confidence, but you don't use it for a dose response, or you assign it a low confidence risk estimate, I'm just curious about it, and I noticed that here, and I'm not sure for other outcomes if it was the same.
Well, for one thing, I suppose designating a study as high, medium, or low confidence is a different issue from the data that you get. Because I think and this is kind of highlighted here with the, where you're seeing a high confidence study not giving maybe consistent results, but the reasons why you designate it as high confidence, I think, has to do with the experimental design, the exposure information, those kind of things. And I think it always depends upon sort of what you're measuring, how you're measuring it. Whereas the low confidence study, it may be low confidence due to maybe group sizes or lack of complete exposure information, but then you observe consistent results because of how you measure it. So it's kind of maybe two different things. I don't know if Anyone else wants to comment?
So in the systematic review process in those color-coded tables, there are different criteria for different types of studies. So animal and human studies will have different criteria. And uncoupling the confidence in a study from the actual dose response is a must. So one should or should not be surprised that there may be inconsistency. You know, high confidence study may not be appropriate for dose response, but may be appropriate for other things. So again, I think as the agency and the field move towards more systematic review and consistency and transparency, these types of questions will go away eventually, because we will all accept that we're not just plucking one study and then hanging our hat on that, but rather methodically moving through the process.
And I would also add that a study may be well conducted, proper dosing, evaluated properly, but then one also needs to consider the relevance of the animal model, which would mean that it may not be relevant, so it would be, I would say, low confidence for purposes of developing a reference dose, for example.
Or another example, GLP studies are well documented, but they may be not appropriate for particular questions. So again, it's the quality of the study is good, it's very well documented, but it's not, doesn't mean it's good data.
Or useful data. Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding developmental effects? No? So should we do one more? So.
I think we're good for today.
Oh, think, okay, whatever. Yeah.
I don't want to shortchange, you know, the next item. So I think we're good. We've covered a lot of ground, and I think we've made up a lot of time for tomorrow. I just want, before we recess for this evening, to make sure that all of you maybe go back and reread some of the public comments that have been presented. There was a couple of sets of comments that were sent to us just in the past, you know, few days. So some of you may have not had the opportunity to necessarily go through them in a very detailed way, so I encourage you to do that. The next step will be to go back and sort of, now that we've heard each other's comments and we've gone through deliberations on a couple of these questions, some of you who have already put in preliminary comments, you might want to start thinking about how you want to revise those comments, if you want to revise them, based on discussions that you've heard here today and going forward. So those are just a few items for you to keep in mind as we continue through the meeting. I also want to make sure that you are aware that we operate under FACA. So unlike the NAS, where a lot of the deliberations may happen behind closed doors, all of our deliberations happen in the public. And so in the final assessment, and in our final report, the public is going to expect that they've heard the deliberations on all the aspects of your responses that will end up in the report. That is, we will not be adding into the report information that has not been publicly discussed. So that's an important distinction, that we want to make sure that any items that end up in our final report have been sort of publicly vetted and talked about. We don't want to be inserting stuff that no one had an opportunity to see and to hear and to discuss openly. And then finally, before I take your questions, I guess it's more for the lead discussants to be aware that these are going to be very detailed responses. So we're not going to be summarizing them in a very curt way. It's going to be a very detailed set of responses with a lot of supporting evidence, studies that you suggest that EPA go back and look at and think about more thoroughly, maybe methodologies that you think are more appropriate in doing the dose response, et cetera. And so keeping those things in mind as we move forward. I think, Barbara, did you have a question?
I know I ask you this all the time, but can you please resend the email that will get me, and perhaps others don't always remember which email it's in, the link to the studies that were submitted recently?
Okay. I usually, at the end of my email, say that all meeting materials can be found at this link, and they really can be found at that link. You just have to go through the individual items, whether it be the charge questions, the documents that are being reviewed, the agendas for the meeting materials being, including the public comments, as well as the EPA presentation and any other sort of bits of information are there. So I will send that link again.
And are the recently submitted studies part of all the other public commenter studies, or are they organized by date so we know we're looking at the right ones?
It's usually, labeled as public comment submitted by a particular individual.
Okay.
That's how it's usually done. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. David?
As a question, let's just follow up. I'm assuming that the initial comments that were made by the reviewers is made public, so that's part of the public discussion. So we don't have to go through all of those verbally if we don't want to.
You don't have to go through them verbally if you don't want to, and they're usually being summarized by your lead discussant anyway, and you're here to sort of elaborate on those comments.
Yeah.
So the public comments, the preliminary comments that you've given to me are certainly part of the record.
Okay.
But if you want them to be sort of included in the final report, I would suggest having this robust
Yeah, I'm
discussion.
just saying, just to make sure that if we don't skip over something in our oral discussions that was already mentioned, it still can be brought up if we need to.
Yes.
The comments are already public.
But I thought that we had to say them orally. That was my impression, because
Some places you have to say.
at another SAB meeting, I had a really lot of comments, and I felt like I thought I had to say them all in the public forum, or
Yes.
they couldn't be in the report. This
I
is
mean-
confusing a little
So
bit.
there isn't, I'm always reminded, there isn't a FACA jail, okay? So we try our best to actually, put everything out there publicly. And the fact that we do have a public document that has that information, then that sort of lets the public understand that these are potential responses to these charge questions. But in order to be more thorough, it is good to share that kind of information in this setting so that your colleagues can also weigh in on those comments, whether or not they agree with them or not. And having that kind of a robust discussion is what this entire meeting is all about. And the reason we wanted to have in-person meetings is to allow more of that back and forth. It's easier than it is done virtually, where people can see each other and actually discuss these issues openly. So it's not a FACA jail, but we try our best to
I had one
to
more
discuss.
very small question.
Sure.
Because earlier, Dr. Beck mentioned about we should write if the comments are tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, but some of my comments are that I agreed with EPA on certain points. So I wrote, when I had a comment that wasn't that I agreed, I put tier 1, 2, or 3, but do we need to do that if we're saying we agree with EPA? It doesn't, I didn't think it made sense.
I mean, I guess if you agree, you agree, that's
So
great.
you don't need to write that.
It's usually the recommendations about changes that you think
that's what
are
I thought.
important for EPA going forward, and how you want them to revise their document, whether, this is an urgent need to happen versus, a second tier or a third tier kind of issue. So, yeah, I mean, if you agree, then great, they've already done their job. Dr. Skovich.
Two questions. One just appeared as I heard your comment. You defined tier 1 as urgent revision. That's not how I read it. I thought it was just moderate revision. Can you define for us then tier 1, tier 2, and 3?
Yeah, I define tier 1 as something that is necessary to have revised before their document becomes final. So they're going to go back, take all of these recommendations that this illustrious body is going to give them, and hopefully they are not in the conundrum of trying to choose amongst, a multitude of different recommendations, but rather, more of a consensus view on what are the things that are important to change and to revise and to look into and to consider before they finalize their document. So that's a number one, tier 1.
I'll give you an example. If I agree, I say, with overall conclusion of EPA, and I have still a bunch of suggestions, can my overall recommendation be still tier 1?
Sure. Yes. I mean, you can agree with the current conclusions, but to strengthen those conclusions, you think you need them to, sort of assess another group of studies. And that's a tier 1. That's still, something important that needs to happen, although you don't think necessarily it will change the final outcome, but those kinds of rationale and justifications for their conclusions is very helpful for them as well as, the recommendation that you're making.
So, and my last question, summaries which lead discussant will prepare, are those of us who are members of specific panel, we're going to see this summary before it's submitted officially to you guys?
So the process going forward will be that you will now work in teams, in the teams that you were assigned to respond to a specific charge question. So that's in order to not have a panel deliberation. So it's sort of part of FACA. We don't have panel deliberations in the dark via email. We have them publicly. But in teams of 3 to 4 people or less, you are free to sort of go back and forth amongst the teams to create those responses. So that's what the next sort of phase of our report writing will be. Once we complete this deliberations, you will send me your revised comments. Those revised comments will again be shared with the individual leads for that response. Those folks will put together a summary or a consolidation. I don't want to call it a summary anymore. It's a consolidation of all the comments. That consolidated set of comments will then be shared with the team members, and the team members will agree or disagree with those responses, and we will then decide whether we need to create some dissenting responses on some issues, and maybe having to place those into an appendix. If they're very lengthy and go into a lot of detail, then you might want to separate them out from the sort of consensus response. But if they're sort of, integral to that response, you can keep them within the response, saying some members say this, other members say that. So it's then sort of an exercise in making sausage. So it's trying to meld it together so that it makes sense, and ultimately you're giving, at the end of those responses, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 recommendations should sort of crystallize exactly what it is that you're telling EPA to do. So that will happen as individual groups. I, along with Dr. Morris, will then sort of edit it into a single draft report. We will meet again in public, whereupon everyone will get to see everybody's response. At that point, we will then discuss and wordsmith in order to make sure that everybody's comfortable with what the report is ultimately saying and the recommendations that are being made to EPA on the entire set of charge questions. If we find that we need further deliberations and more discussions, then we will have a fourth meeting where now the new revised draft will again be discussed before we have a final step where our chartered SAB is ultimately the group that will transmit this report to the administrator. So here we have the panel members. You are basically a subcommittee of the chartered SAB because you are the subject matter experts, and they have tasked you with looking at this particular document and providing your recommendations. It is ultimately up to them as the chartered body to be able to transmit that information to the EPA administrator. That's a lot. Larry.
So as far as the next step, I thought I heard you say that people are going to revise their comments and send it in, as opposed to, I thought that what I would do as lead for all the sections in 3 is sort of put together and then send it to each set of reviewers for them to revise or comment on or approve? Or?
Only if you're comfortable. People are not going to haven't changed their minds in the past couple of days. So
yeah.
So that's the issue is we've got people who have now heard something that now maybe, you know, some lights have gone off. Mm-hmm. They might want to go back and research that information, and they might want to provide you with more information, more studies, mm-hmm. more support for their contention versus what they heard, or maybe they've changed their minds.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying is edits would be involved in that process. You'd send it to them for feedback.
Right. Right. But what you're suggesting is that maybe people might want to really substantively change their comments based on the discussions. I'm just thinking of the logistics of putting things together.
It is. It's chicken and egg. Yeah. So it's either you write the summary and allow folks to
comment on it and
comment on it and edit it based on what they've learned over the past couple of days, or you wait to get these additional information, because if you didn't take really good notes, mm-hmm. you might want to have them actually send you their thoughts and ideas and comments that you can insert into your first draft before you send it out and have them comment on it.
Okay, I mean, it might be easier like for me to survey each set of people and say, are you going to subsequently change it, or do you want me to put it together for you to look at it and change it? Like whatever works, I guess.
The way I usually work this is to allow folks to go back home within a week, really. I don't want you to sleep on it for too long, because you will forget what happened here. Yeah. So in about a week or so, you send back to me your thoughts and ideas and any changes you want to make to your preliminary comments, so that I can share them again with the lead discussants and have you then go from there, rather than sort of redo the work, I guess, to include this new information into what you've already, I know you've told me about the many pages that you've already put together, but maybe this would be your first iteration for including any new ideas into that body of work before you share it. Gloria?
Sorry for so many questions, but if somebody submitted who wasn't assigned, we were encouraged to comment on as many as we wanted, but if someone submitted more than minimal, a lot of comments or substantial comments on something they weren't assigned to, would they be part of the working group I
think that would be a smart idea, is that to include those individuals
when you're when that thing is being,
as long as we're not talking about
half of everyone,
7 or 8 people, as long as we're keeping
so
it
anyone who wants to be part of another one should write to the lead discussant and copy you and say, can I be in on the draft of that?
I don't think we have that problem. I don't think we have like 7 or 8 people commenting on any one charge question. So I think we're safe from that perspective, that we can include those individuals in your sort of team.
Or if I wanted to, for example, be on another one, write to the lead discussant and copy you and ask to be included.
I'm glad you brought that up. Always copy me on any of your deliberations with other panel members. So whenever you're sending information to the lead discussant, or the lead discussant is sharing information with you, please include me. That's part of the record. I keep all of those emails, and that's part of our FACA requirement. This is sort of to show how we arrived at the responses that we arrived at, and it shows the public, should they so desire. I don't think I've ever, in the past 2 decades that I've been with SAB, seen anyone actually ask for all those emails, but should anybody want that? Actually, I take that back. There have been FOIA requests for some of these reviews. So yeah, you have boxes and boxes and boxes of information. Nowadays, it's all digital, so it's much easier to go through. So
I just want to be sure I understand. The lead discussants get revised comments or unchanged comments from the other panel members. And then do we synthesize them and provide them to you, or what? I want to understand exactly what is expected. What's the work product from the lead discussants?
Right. So at this stage, as lead discussant, you've heard the deliberations and you've taken excellent notes. I see
I can read them.
I see you doing that. So you will include everything that you heard today, as well as the information that you'll be getting from individuals, whoever wants to revise their comments. I will compile that and send that to you. So you'll have basically 3 elements: your current summary, the notes that you've taken from the deliberations over the next few days, plus the revised comments from folks. So now you are going to compile all of this information into a single response to each of the charge questions that you have been assigned to.
Okay.
And after you do that, you would share that information, that summary, that consolidation of a response with the other team members. I think in this case, you've got Dr. Van Wiedgarden. So he's one of your teammates. Also, anyone else who has sent in comments to you as well, I would suggest you share your response with them. And there is an editorial sort of go-around to make sure that everybody's comfortable with you capturing their comments. So it's basically not just on you. Each of those individuals that have provided some response will also help you in editing and to make sure that you've gotten their perspective included into the response.
Okay, so
then after that's done, after you've gotten concurrence from your team, that's the product that I need from you. And along with Dr. Morris, will work on putting all of this together into a single report.
Okay, so we have our current summary that we presented today, notes from the deliberation. Attendees will send us say, you can just use my old comments, or here are my revised comments.
Mm-hmm.
And then we try and make it coherent.
Try to make it coherent. And then the next step to making it coherent is, I've still got 6 different lead discussants. So it falls on me and Dr. Morris to try to speak in one voice and try to not sound like 6 different people.
Because we may think about organizing it and synthesizing it in different ways.
And part of it is I will help with formatting things and making sure that we are actually responding to the charge questions and the they're sort of organized appropriately in order for EPA to understand what we're trying to say and how we're, you know, putting it across. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Ross.
So understanding there's some noise in the process, do you have some broad timeline to the next couple of steps?
I do, and I think I'll keep that till Friday. Let's get through our discussions here, and then we will go through, and I will follow up with an email after, you know, our meeting here. Once you guys get home, you will, if not Friday afternoon, Monday morning, you'll find an email from me sort of outlining next steps and what to do and who to send to and when to send things to me and to others. Any other questions? Okay, I think we've used up today very wisely. So we meet back again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. And with that, you have a few more minutes today back to your schedule. 7 minutes back. All right. Well, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow morning. We are recessed for today. Bye-bye.
Y'all take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.